this. Volume all. That's right. New school, true school, old school, all school. Get in this. Right, turn me up. Let's go. Let's go. This what it is. Welcome to all school hip hop. KRS. Get in this. Volume all. Welcome to all school hip hop. Welcome to all school hip hop. KRS. Get in this. Volume all. That's right. New school, true school, old school, all school. Get in this. Right, turn me up. Let's go. Let's go. This what it is. Welcome to all school hip hop. That's right. Old school or new school, I'm old school. What old school or new school, I'm old school. Old school or new school, I'm old school. What old school or new school, I'm old school. Yep, it's time for the teacher once more.
Introducing.
Yep, it's time for the teacher once more.
Introducing.
You cats spit raps that are not believable. Your raps don't bubble cause they're inconceivable. Real life OGs don't even speak to you. In hip-hop's culture, there's really no need for you. I'll bring the heat to you. When it comes to them Glocks like Freddie Fox, I'm keeping two. I'm for my scary views. That's why I'm called a terrorist by the Daily News. I rarely lose. I'm known to rattle the cage. I'm known to throw rappers off the stage. Maybe it's a matter of age, but as an MC, I got no patience for some rappers these days. I'm old school. I'm not old school or new school. I'm old school.
Introducing the world famous
KRS-ONE, Kenny Parker. Let's go. Now, let me introduce you to the one. Now, let me introduce you to the one. Now, let me introduce you to the one.
Introducing the world famous
KRS-ONE, Kenny Parker. Let's go. Now, let me introduce you to the one. Now, let me introduce you to the one. Now, let me introduce you to the one.
Introducing the world famous
KRS-ONE, Kenny Parker. Let's go.
Introducing the world famous
KRS-ONE, Kenny Parker. Let's go.
Introducing the world famous
KRS-ONE, Kenny Parker. Let's go. Now, let me introduce you to the one. 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 When I say stop the violence, what do I mean? I mean stopping the ignorance of you dumbass teens. My lyrics are tighter than a hipster's jeans. I got that Malcolm X flow by any means. Rip any team. I spit chunky bars. How you hanging with me? Spitting monkey bars. When I woo my tang, I toast the place. My method man will ghost your face. I hold my space, you rappers capping blanks. That's why you getting chased like Manhattan Bank. This ain't even my peak, I'm on half a tank. For your whole rap career, for me, you have to thank. I'm an old school writer, out for fame. I be in DJ's mugs like House of Pain. Y'all rappers is lame, you're not violent, cause corporate tyrants are playing you clowns like tridents. Now, let me introduce you to the one. Now, let me introduce you to the one. Now, let me introduce you to the one. Yo, turn me up just a bit so I can hear it and spit. Reverse spit and get tips. Rehearse a hit and take trips. Research the art just a bit. Don't let me start, I won't quit. But if I start, I'ma flip. Just like I'm starting to whip. Putting the key into it. Mentally seeing it. G.O.D. believing in it. I get a fee when I spit. C.O.U.B.s I just rip. I'm lyrically well equipped. Over the beats in the mix. I keep the streets in a fit. When it comes to lyrical spit, I'm the teacher of it. Higher consciousness, truth, I be reaching for it. Metaphysics, here's an example, cause I'm speaking of it. Put your hands in the air, but you must be aware that even if your hands are down, ain't they still in the air? Turn me up and you all the way down the road, taking you there. I'm living and giving just a smidgen of what I share. Turn me up and I'm kicking lyric licking from over there. We rockin' forever, we get better with every year. With letters and intercessors, I sever every fear. Looking here, like UPS, KRS takes it there. Let's make it clear. Thought waves go through the air. You can act like you bitch. No, you don't care. But listen here, everybody got fear. An insecurity, some type of thing they gotta clear. So that's when I reappear from the rear. Philosopher, follow the right lights are right here. I might wear right gear. Appear when you least expect to tell you now how to fight fear with faith. You hear the best will clear the waste. You gotta get the negative cats out your face. Get that irrelevant crap out your space. Conceive it, believe it, decree it, achieve it with ace.
Nothing in the world is impossible. Listen to the shit that I drop on you. KRS-ONE philosophical. Believe and achieve what you got to do.
We rock, we don't stop. Hip hop, we don't stop. Tick tock, we don't stop. We at the top, we never drop. Cause true hip hop is so. Oh, oh, stop it! Yo. True master, you know your lies, they can't take you. Man, KRS-ONE on the microphone, we're ready to break through. So come down, true selector, true master done. Hey. La la la, la 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 la. Yeah, la 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 la. Big up Shabo on this one. Listen. In 1993, Shabo taught me this style, and I must now agree, we haven't done it in a while. See, I'm an MC with the conscious flow, but people think that that's the only thing I can talk about. I know my roots and culture, but I murder ya. I'm a peace-filled lover, but I murder ya. Any stage, any mic, I'll murder ya. You in the dark, I'm in the light, I'll murder ya. See, Chris and MC, so they must all know. All over the east, west, north, and south. See, I'm Mr. G, that I do rock the house. And the people in the street know what I'm talking about. I know my roots and culture, but I murder ya. I'm a peace-filled lover, but I murder ya. Any stage, any mic, I'll murder ya. You in the dark, I'm in the light, I'll murder ya. Murder ya. Pass me the mic, let me drop for a while. Let's look past the hype, let me rock for a while. I'm a plain Jane rapper, bang bang rapper. I'm that medicine you need that comes in a plain rapper. Chris is official, no bells, no whistles. Step into the class, man. They slippin', you slippin', dude, you trippin', dude. Remember, you still living in a corporate chicken coop with 100 other chickens yelling, get that loot. Making 100 other chickens trying to spit what's cute. But KRS spits the brute. My words are not hollow. I lead you out the chicken soup. You slippin', dude. I got proof, spit truth in the clubs or the colleges, man. We get so loose. What's the use? You slippin', dude. How America great when I rap had no newts. Now, oops. Whatever happened to samples and loops? The same thing that happened to organs and flutes. They slipping. slipping, dude. They slipping, dude. You slipping, dude. You tripping, dude. Remember, you still living in a corporate chicken coop with 100 other chickens yelling, get that loot. Making 100 other chickens trying to spit was cute, but KRS spits the brute. My words are not hollow. I lead you up in chicken soup. You slipping, dude. I got proof, spit truth in the clubs or the colleges, man. We get so loose. You slipping, dude. How America great when I rap had no newts. Now, oops. Whatever happened to samples and loops? The same thing that happened to organs and flutes. And real artists, thank God for the roots. The soldier is home with his family, support for the troops. Yeah, now let's start this. I taught many groups, been through many suits. Teach new recruits that can't take it back to hula hoops. Nowhere on mute, stand up straight. I'm like Skywalker without the loop. You slipping, dude. Hey, you're a sucker. Yeah, a motherfucker. Fresh, always. KRS is humming in, running it. All you hear is screams when I'm humming in. Up again, the weather will change when I'm humming in. Love again, peace again, unity is humming in. Students are running in when the teacher he's humming in. Hip hop is fun again when the true school is humming in. KRS-ONE is not the only one humming in. Kenny Park humming in. BDP humming in. Fresh, always. KRS humming in, running it. All you hear is screams when I'm humming in. Up again, the weather will change when I'm humming in. Love again, peace again, unity is humming in. Fresh, always. KRS is humming in, running it. All you hear is screams when I'm humming in. Up again, the weather will change when I'm humming in. Love again, peace again, unity is humming in. Running in when the teacher he's humming in. Hop is fun again when the true school is humming in. KRS-ONE is not the only one humming in. Kenny Park humming in. BDP humming in. Time for some new music, use it. Tell the truth, don't these rappers sound stupid? Making big claims, you can't prove it. Making hip-hop with some again, so I'm humming in. They murder rap sound more depressing than the news get. Pass me the ball, I'm tall, now let me hoop it. Who's it? KRS-ONE speaking through music. Reaching kids before they do bids, I'm humming in. This or that, this or that. This is authentic hip-hop from way back. I spit the lyric, my brother mixed the track. Authentic rappers ain't that, I'm humming in. Yes. True master, blast master. Here's what we want. Give me the 90s, want the 90s. Give me the 90s, no. Give me the 90s, want the 90s. Give me the 90s, now, back to the 90s. Back to the grimy, back to the colorful, full got shiny. Back to the 90s, back where you can find me. Sparking that ism, the channel I behind me. Back in the 90s, DOS effects rhymes be rickety in clubs, I know cause that's what I did. When rap was a hobby, did it for the art. Now we waiting in lobbies and staring at a chart. Back in the 90s, we did a gang truce, let Wu-Tang loose. Tupac is in juice, lyricists lounges getting the boost. Iraq invades Kuwait, Disney buys the 42s. The 90s, I know it's far behind me, but that's when hip-hop was more hot and grimy. My philosophy dropped in 89, but now in 2010, it's on your mind. Give me the 90s, one, 90s, give me the 90s, oh. Give me the 90s, one, the 90s, give me the 90s, no. Listen, stop what you're doing.
Word, peace and much love, and welcome to the Temple of Hip Hop. We're trying something new again this week. See what we can come up with. Integrating several different technologies to see if we can't make this all happen into one. Can we pull the teacher up? See if I can hear him correctly.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Word. So here we are. It does work. And we are live. The teacher
I hear myself echo.
You can hear your echo.
No, not an echo, but like I can hear you.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Like
Word.
you know, I can hear me.
Yes, indeed. That's right. That's right. No, we on the popping. We live.
Yo, that was a dope mix. That mix was kind of hard.
Oh, yes, indeed. It's getting better. It's getting better. I'm practicing. I'm trying real quick.
That's right. We can't just talk about hip hop. We got to actually be it and perform it and do it. You know, we talk
Yes,
about
indeed.
it often that we always talk about hip hop. You know, we talk about it like we're going to do today. But to be a teacher of this, you know, you have to be able to do it. So it's
That's
like
right.
every real teacher of hip hop should come on the way you just came on. Actually, let me see some DJing. Well, let me see that mic.
Yes,
Do
indeed.
your craft piece up. Something. Get on your back. Something that proves your mastery. So we appreciate that. Starting out like that, of course. Do you have any opening remarks before we get right? We got a lot to discuss tonight. So
No, I actually would like to pass it to you and begin. I want to say thank you to everybody for showing up. We got a decent crowd already. Everybody seemed to have come on time, so I think we just hop right into it.
So then let's just hop right into it.
Sure.
And I'm watching a split screen. Is that what
Yes, no, it's it is, but we're going straight to you in a second.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, you know, we tried some new technologies here, so I
Yes,
want
sir.
to make sure what I'm seeing is what you see.
Yes, indeed.
No doubt. No doubt. Okay, so welcome to the Temple of Hip Hop. Those that are just joining us, the Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. Or should I say this? The Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. And we pride ourselves on being the spiritual center, the spiritual base of hip hop. You know, people, when you hear the term hip hop, people often equate that term with rap music only. And from a surface point of view, this is cool. Tell you I listen to hip hop, you know, turn up the hip hop. That's cool on a surface point of view. But here, we're dealing with hip hop on a scholarly level. We're dealing with hip hop in a truthful, spiritual, even philosophical level. So we got to be clear with what we're talking about. Now, we have several people, new people on our call. Every week we have new people on the call, but I wanted to make sure that we are in unity of thought and that you understand what it is we're actually doing here. This is not a fan club. This is not a place to get your career started. I'm going to be reading about that in the Gospel of Hip Hop. Actually, let me find my gospel. Okay, here we go. You know, this is not you know, some sort of commercial venture in that sense. Those that would like to donate to the Temple of Hip Hop, someone could explain how that happens later on in the program. But we don't ask or beg for money here. We're not, you know, charging anything. As you can see, this is just a free service, but it's a service to our people. And if you care about this, it's not just money that you could give. It's also ideas, which is actually more important to us than money. But some people say, look, I'd like to donate. Last week when we was talking, a few people came online and said, where do we donate? Where do we give our money to if we wanted to put something forward? And I appreciate that totally. Totally appreciate that. But I just want to make it clear that that's not even what this is about. We appreciate it. We, of course, you know, last time we was talking, a good portion, we opened up a budget of about $3,000, and we spent that money on our interviews that we talked about last week, which was excellent interviews. And let me thank the Temple of Hip Hop for that as well, because you made that, should I say this, you, wherever my camera is, you made that happen. And so that was a major thing last week. So I just wanted to make sure that was said for the new members that are actually coming on board. Something else to think about as well. This is not religion in that sense. I know we talk about the temple of hip hop, and most of the time temples are dealing with religion, and thus is the case. But the way we approach hip hop here is philosophically. Now, philosophy is the mother of both religion and science. So
We're not frowning on science and we're not frowning on religion, but we're philosophers here. Or at least we're approaching hip hop philosophically. So approaching hip hop philosophically, you know, we can get religious on you, we can get spiritual on you, in that sense, and we can get scientific on you, and very, you know, with empirical data, evidence, facts, the experiment that leads to these things, we can get that on you as well. So don't be confused. You know, if you see us going between science and religion, or mysticism and, you know, some hard evidence, don't be confused about that. This is philosophy, and philosophy teaches both. So having said that, matter of fact, let me just remind everyone, I think I'll put this to the side here. Let me remind everyone, the hip hop that we practice here, or of the hip hop that we practice here. Of course, you can get yourself a copy of the Gospel of Hip Hop, which is this book right here, the Gospel of Hip Hop. This is what we teach from. This is what we actually, this is the unity of our thought, the Gospel of Hip Hop. Just so you know, this is the only book of its kind, a gospel for hip hop. And because it's the only book of its kind, it puts hip hop in a unique situation from a religious point of view. From a religious point of view, you could say that hip hop, because it has its own gospel, this is the only indigenous gospel to the United States of America. Let me also point that out. Now, of course, there may be other books. You can probably look this up. Who knows? But there's probably other books that are written in the United States that claim themselves as a gospel. But when it comes to the most influential culture in the world, the most influential urban culture in the world, hip hop, this book right here is the only book of its kind. It's the Gospel of Hip Hop. And what is it? It calls our nation into existence. It speaks of a code of conduct that we can all unite around. We're not sitting here worshiping and praising this book like it fell out of the sky. That's not what we're doing here. This is all about how a group of people can come together and agree on one thing. So if you agree with the tenets of the Gospel of Hip Hop, welcome to the temple of hip hop. This is what we surround ourselves with. This is what we come around. This is what defines us. And it's not all that defines us, it's just the foundation, something we all can agree upon. Now I'm going to be reading from this Gospel of Hip Hop, and before I actually get to that, I want to just go over real quick. And pardon me for looking down like this and not totally up at the camera, because I'm reading certain things. I'll be reading from the Gospel of Hip Hop, and I got some notes here that I want to run through as well for our new members that just got on board. Okay, so how do we approach hip hop? We approach hip hop as a divinely inspired culture. Divinely inspired culture. This is what separates us from a lot of people. People can't see hip hop as divine. They can't see God in hip hop. They can't see hip hop as a spiritual lifestyle. And that's why we're here, to teach hip hop as exactly that, because it is. Hip hop is not just music. Rap is something we do. Hip hop is something we live. And it's the living of hip hop that reveals its spiritual, its cultural, its philosophical nature. So, like I said, the Gospel of Hip Hop is about the living of hip hop. It offers a code of conduct that you could actually live this and be successful in its living. We approach hip hop first literally, moving over to that scientific level. Literally, hip means to know. Hop is movement. In fact, hip means awareness. As a matter of fact, let me I was going to read this other piece, but let me just give it to you right now. And I'm doing this at the beginning for those that just joined us. So let me read this real quick. The word hip in hip hop means keenly aware. This is what the actual word hip means: keenly aware, to have knowledge of, to be informed and to be up to date, even in style and fashionable. Hip, in a social sense, can mean keenly aware of what is new and in style. But the word hip, as it relates to hip hop, begins as the ancient African hippie, H-I-P-I. That's an African word. Hippie, meaning to know or to be aware, as well as to open one's eyes, which in Africa becomes the common hip, meaning to know. In Africa, specifically the Wolof people of West Africa, the word hip and hippie meant to be aware, or one whose eyes are open. With hippie and hip meaning aware and awareness, and this other word, cat, C-A-T, in English we say cat, but in the African languages, it's kat. And kat means person. So imagine, we say, yo, that's my cat right there. Yo, that's a cool cat. Imagine Africans were saying this for thousands of years. Do you hear what's coming out of my mouth? Thousands of years, Africans have been saying, that's my cat. And they're not saying that's my. Obviously, there's another African language that would equate to that and my. But the person you're referring to was called a cat. And so I say that because with hippie and hip, meaning aware and awareness, and kat, meaning person, hippie becomes the ancient African hippicat, H-I-P-I-C-A-T. This is an African term, hippicat, meaning one who is attuned to one's environment, or one whose eyes are open. This word hippicat, also believed to have been spoken by the Wolof people of West Africa, was then popularized through jazz culture as both hip and later as both hepcat and later as hip and hep, both meaning keenly aware and in style. In the 1950s, being hip meant being informed or aware about something or someone. I'm hip to this or I'm hip to that. Not just aware, but remember, hip is not just awareness, it's being keenly aware. Okay, not just aware, but keenly aware. The word keen means a fine, sharp cutting edge or point. When applied to thinking, it means having or marked by intellectual quickness and acuity. It means to be acutely sensitive. Now that's hip. To be aware, to be enlightened, to be conscious. And hippicat, in ancient hippicat, African hippicat word, was one who is aware of one's environment, one who is awake. And this very word hippie from African, this word hip from the African hippie, comes into English by way of jazz culture. World War I, World War II, Africans from all over the world are meeting on this battlefield. German Africans are meeting French Africans, African Americans are meeting both of them, Africans from Africa are meeting them, and we're exchanging these concepts. So African Americans in World War I and II bring this word back to America, and it seeps into jazz culture as hip and hep. Now the word hop in hip hop means the action of hopping, a short springing or leaping upward, especially upon one foot. It means to move by leaps. To hop means to move by leaps. Hop has also been associated with dancing as well as an informal, non-ceremonial party, a jam, basically. As said in the 1950s song by Danny and the Juniors, let's go to the hop, oh baby, let's go to the hop. We have the internet, y'all can go look that up. But this is what a hop is. It's either a springing or leaping forward, or a dance, a party, a jam. So together, hip as a form of awareness or intelligence or consciousness, and hop as a form of movement or springing upward, when associated with hip hop, literally means, and underline that word literally, okay? It literally means intelligent, hip, movement, hop. Hip hop literally means intelligence moving, consciousness springing up, or a movement aware of itself, a hip hop. Not just a hop, but a hip hop. A hop that's aware of itself, a movement or a springing upward that is aware. You could even you could even bring it to the other side. Oh yeah, I see this right here. Give you a moment to get back over here. Yeah. So much for technology. You know, I kind of like that dawn was coming up. There are no mistakes in the universe, so try to take that in as well. But I was saying that, you know, the idea of hip being awareness and consciousness, and hop being a springing upward, hip hop literally means hip, consciousness, hop, springing up, moving forward. Now we bring this out because not only are we philosophers and we're discussing hip hop philosophically, which means we have to discuss hip hop literally. Okay, not what we believe yet, not our faith yet, but just what do these words actually mean to us? Okay, what do they mean to us? Hip, awareness, I know. Even wisdom, being wise, even hip, I'm hip. Hop, springing up, consciousness, okay? Not only does the very word or the very name hip hop reveal hip hop itself to be self-aware, but now the hip hopper, which is what we call ourselves, hip hoppers, that's also spelled with a capital H, I-P-H-O-P-P-A. That's one word, hip hopper. Now, in dictionaries, we'll also recognize as hip hoppers with an E-R, E-R-S, and so on. Or some say hip hoppers, which are with the P-A-Z. All of that's good. All of that recognizes our existence, and people speak in certain ways, so we accept all of that. Hip hopper, hip hopper, hip hoppers, all of this is still us. We're still talking about us. We also call ourselves hip hoppians as well, pointing to our city-state, pointing to ancient hip hoppers. Because remember, your talents come from somewhere. They don't just pop up out of nowhere. And breaking them, seeing graffiti art, DJ, and beatboxing is not just, it didn't just begin with Kool Herc in 73. These are ancient human abilities that we'll explain and get into a little later. Those that have already studied with us, you already know what that is. I'm doing a brief for those that are just joining us now and may have not have heard what I'm saying right now. This is our approach to hip hop, okay? Here we could begin to see real hip hop emerging as a form of self-awareness, a self aware of itself, a movement aware of itself. This is what the hip hopper is. The hip hopper is the consciousness that's moving. Okay? It is the being that's leaping forward, springing forward. Here we could begin to see real hip hop emerging as a form of self-awareness, as a self-aware way to be, where the attuned hip hopper declares, I am hip hop. Simple and plain. I am hip hop. I know why I move. I am aware of my movements. External stimuli do not move me. The world does not move me. People talking and gossiping don't move me. People cheering me on or praising don't move me. I move me. My existence, my awareness, my being moves me. My purpose in life is what moves me, not the chocolate cake. So my senses do not move me anymore. I move me now. That's the point. Okay. My smell, touch, taste, sight, hearing, that don't move me anymore. My inner being that is coming through these things is what moves me now. I am hip to my hop. You get that? I am hip, aware of my hop, my movement. I know why I move. My principles move me. My divine character moves me. My ancestors guide me. I am more than just me. I am the continuation of my culture. I am hip to my cultural hop, to my cultural movement. I know why we move. Hip, awareness, hop, moving. What more are we than consciousness moving? You know, what more? I'm going slow so you can really contemplate this. What more are we than consciousness in action, intelligence moving, awareness springing up? Before any title, name, before anything, before woman, man, girl, boy, daughter, these are all titles, you know. Before son, wife, husband, aunt, uncle, mother, father, and so on. Before any title that you put on yourself, even your own name, you are actually and factually intelligence or consciousness moving. This is where we start our lessons. This is where we start our unique approach to the world and to ourselves. We are hip hop, meaning that we are hip to our hop. We know why we move and our collective movement. We are aware of our collective movement. We are a hop that is hip. We are the hop, the gathering, the jam, the non-ceremonial party, the gathering of the people, aware of ourselves. And we are aware of ourselves as hip hop. We are hip hop. And imagine that. Most people don't take it seriously. They don't take this seriously, but that's why we exist, to teach this lesson right here. Hip hop is all we got. Okay? Hip hop is all we got. Really. Hip hop is all we got. We don't have medicine. We don't have law. I mean, we may be lawyers. We may be medical doctors. And of course, all of these come out of Africa too, ancient Africans. We may not be chefs. Or when I say may not be chefs, we may not own cooking. We may not own anything. Like I just said, medicine, law, architecture, agriculture, any of this. We may not, we can't claim Italian. We can't claim even African, certain countries and so on in Africa. We can't claim that really. We could claim it in faith. We could claim it even from a genealogical point of view, we could claim it. But if you go to Africa, you'll be lost. As a black, really, as anybody, really. You go to Africa, it's a foreign country. Just like if you land in France, you could be French. And because you've lived in America for so long, or if you was born in America with French ancestry, you could go to France from America and be lost. Got to relearn your whole culture. So the idea that I'm putting forward here is that the one thing that we know to be true and belongs to us is hip hop. And this is what makes hip hop sacred to us. It's ours. It belongs to us. Those that read the gospel of hip hop and are part of the temple of hip hop, this is what we know. We know there's no doubt in our mind. We are hip hop. Hip hop, when people say hip hop, you don't think of nothing else but us. All you see, and you say hip hop, you start thinking of rappers. You don't think of a president yet. You don't think of, somebody with a doctor's uniform on. You don't think of somebody with, any other kind of uniform. Hip hop is specific to us. I mean, think about that for a minute. Just think about that for a hot minute. Hip hop is unique to us. So the ways in which we treat us is the way we treat hip hop. The way we treat hip hop is the way we treat ourselves. The way we treat hip hop is the way we are treating our children's heritage. We are the first of our kind. Believe that. We are the first of our kind. In fact, we are the very first, because hip hop is only 48 years old if you start from 1973. We are the first of our kind. You know, our founders and pioneers and originators, they're all alive. They're well, not all, but most are still alive. Okay, walking around. Okay, we're still alive. We're walking around. We're here. Okay, we're the first. All of us, everybody on this call, included, not just KRS or some pioneer name or somebody. You know, I'm talking about all of us on this call who are within this first generation of hip hop. You are it. Okay, try to think of hip hop 300 years from now. All right, you're old school right now in 2021. Okay, you're old school. Okay, right now. You may think you say, no, I'm not old school. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, that's old school. Bismarcky and this one, Public Enemy, whatever. That's old school. KRS, that's old school. But nah, get out of that mentality. Free your mind, or should I say expand it a little more. You're old school right now to the people 300 years from now. And believe hip-hop will be around for 300 years. Now that we exist, we will never not exist. I'll say it again. Now that we exist in the world, and the world knows us, and we're written up in everybody's book, we on every TV, and we have influence, and now that we're in the world, we're never not going to exist. So hip-hop is around, even if hip-hop ended in 2025, some stupidness jumped off in 2025, hip-hop ended. Okay, there's nobody in the world is practicing hip-hop anymore. It's over. The world would still have to discuss us. During this time, they'll say, there was a group of people called hip-hop, and these were the elements, this is what their culture looked like, this is what they sounded like, here's pictures of them, here's videos of them, here's their books, here's this whole civilization called hip-hop. They're going to talk about us. Even if we stopped today, they're going to talk about us. Now, if you understand that, if you could bring your mind to that, you will also understand that you are a cultural architect right now. And you have a responsibility to right now. If we don't get hip hop right, okay, if we don't get hip hop together, our children are going to have a tough time. Okay, a tough time in the future. Okay, this is why we have singled ourselves out as the temple of hip hop, because not many people can hear this. I mean, I get into arguments and debates, and people want to criticize and all of that just because I said I am hip hop, just because I said hip hop was a culture. Now you got all types of debates and stuff. So rather than to force your views on other people, even if I believe they're true, even if I believe they're helpful, if you don't really believe that and you ain't really into that, let me leave you alone. I'm not here to convince you. I'm not here to force you to anything. Let us remove ourselves from that commercial mainstream and form a body of knowledge that we can unite around. And those that do see the vision, or I should say, those that can see the truth, okay? We are a culture, a global culture. We are a civilization on the earth, okay? We're not just a music genre, okay? Rap is something we do. Hip-hop is something we live. In fact, it's hip-hop that causes you to rap and do graffiti and break and, all the others, okay? Hip-hop causes you to do that. The behavior, the consciousness, aware of itself is what causes you to give off these elements and these self-expressions. So I start out, our first half hour, I start out like this for those that just joined us as well. I begin here, and of course it's deeper than this. I'm very surface. I'm being very surface because we got a lot to go over tonight. We are going to be discussing God. We are going to be discussing the times in which we're in. We don't normally speak about other religions and stuff like that. But the truth points you in the direction of pretty much all the world religions themselves. If you're seeking truth, you're going to wind up at Judaism. You're going to wind up at Christianity. You're going to, you're going to wind up at, well, I was just thinking about mine. You're going to wind up at atheism. You're going to wind up at Satanism. You're going to wind up at Wiccan religion. You're going to wind up at earth worship, Yoruba. And not that any of these have anything to do with each other. Christianity, like I said, Islam as well, Hinduism, Buddhism. As hip-hop scholars, we got to know all that. Simple and plain. We got to know all of it because our culture is all of it. Our culture is inclusive of all of this. In fact, this is how dope hip-hop is, okay? Hip-hop is the unity of all religion and culture. And not because we say we are. Take a look. Okay, take a look. Okay, we got people, we got Hindus in India rapping, breaking, doing graffiti art and claiming hip-hop. We got Buddhist monks in the monastery rapping. Okay? Then to approach this, and of course, Christians, Jews, Muslims, okay, we already know the deal. So to teach this kind of culture, you have to sometimes pick up the Quran and start reading it. You got to pick up the 5 baskets of Buddha and start reading it. You got to start picking up the Bible and start reading it. Because our culture can be seen in all of these books because we are all of these books. We are all of these cultures united. What a wonderful culture hip-hop is, where Jews and Muslims and Christians and Hindus and Buddhists and Satanists and atheists and everybody can come together and understand one another. And you don't even have to put your thing aside either. Okay, you could be Christian and say, I get it. I totally understand what this is all about. All we want to know is can you break? Can you MC? Can you graffiti write? Can you DJ? Can you beatbox? Let me hear you talk. Let me see what you're wearing. This is what's going to determine. This is how I'm going to judge you. This is how I'm going to size you up. This is going to be my prejudice, my prejudgment of you. Is not going to be based on your religion or your skin color or your gender or your whatever culture or ethnicity you come from. All that's wiped away in hip hop. Wiped away. Here, do you understand that peace, love, unity, and joy is all we looking for here? That's it. Okay, I don't care who you are, where you come from. Do you want peace? Okay, do you want to love somebody and be loved in return? Okay, do you want unity? Let's stop these wars and this bickering and this fighting, and we finally come together and love one another? A unity of thought. Don't we want that? Don't we want joy? Well, it's here at hip hop that we can achieve all of that. And that's what makes our culture sacred. We can't just bullshit with our culture. This is us. This belongs to us. So if we don't take the responsibility to advance and even correct what belongs to us, then we're immature. We're immature. And we're not immature. The people in the Temple of Hip Hop, we ain't immature. I'm not immature. And I prove my maturity every Sunday at 7 o'clock, which is right now. We're not going to allow our culture to be thrown to the side, or we just say, oh, this is rap music. I'm just trying to get my money, man. That's not here. So if that offends you or whatever, just click me off. There's a button somewhere around here. Okay, just turn this whole thing off and go about your business. Because here, we're about maturity of mind. Okay, maturity. And that maturity begins with your responsibilities. Do you recognize your responsibility to your own culture, to what belongs to you? That's the point. So we're going to be talking about God today. or I should say, we're going to be talking about religion in that way today, and not religion in the sense of praise and worship. We're going to be talking historically. We are in an Easter season. Easter's next week. Passover is this week. Or the celebration of Passover is during this time, this season now. Easter is next week during that season time now. Those who have been with us, we're rising with the sun. We started a fast and a prayer December 21st, 2020, which was the winter solstice. We're taking that all the way up to the summer solstice, which is June 21st. Sun One has a fiery lecture coming on after me, which is going to continue that study of the equinoxes, and also what Passover means, and not only what it means, but also, with all due respect, how we're getting duped by all of these, the commercial versions of these religions that have told us that our God don't mean nothing. And you can't be holy unless you come through us. And we at hip hop, like I just said, we love all religions. We know the truth about them. So we have no beef with no religion. But you ain't going to tell me that God don't love hip hop without none of these religions, okay? You can't tell me that God is all and omnipotent and all-knowing, all-seeing, except for hip hop. Nah, if God is omnipresent, then God is with hip hop too, and it's through hip hop that we're going to learn what God has in store for us. So we're going to be talking about that today as well. I want to admonish you, warn you, that even though we talk about science a lot here as well, we don't put our faith in science. Science has been proven over and over again to be wrong. And realize what I'm saying. Science has proven itself to be wrong. Okay? Now, we love science, and science about experimentation and and so on and so on. But, at one time, people thought that the Earth was the center of the universe, or at least the center of this Milky Way galaxy. They were wrong. Okay? You go back to the early studies on genetics and how they used to study in cells. They used to take the nucleus of the cell and throw it away because they said it's useless, because they didn't understand what it was. They said what cells are is proteins, and then others came and threw the proteins away and said, all we want to focus on is just the nucleus. All of them were wrong. But for 100 years, people believe this. They say Newtonian physics, okay, the physics of Sir Isaac Newton, okay, and he had it wrong. Einstein came out, blew that whole thing away, said, no, here's what's really going on. General relativity, special relativity, this is what we are really dealing with. Time is not absolute, and neither is space. These things can be warped, okay? Imagine you saying that 100 years ago, but check me out right now, okay? There were people saying that 100 years ago. When everybody thought the world was the center of the universe, there were people in Asia, Africa, and Europe that said, you're wrong. They got put on the stake and burned, okay, for being right. So we don't trust science, okay? We don't trust it. We learn from it. We use it as a means to get to the truth. And there's a lot of great achievements that science has achieved. Like I said, Newtonian physics, and then here comes Albert Einstein with a new physics, a new universe, and then he got blown away by Max Planck, who a contemporary of his, by the way, who goes further into quantum mechanics, quantum physics. Now people are studying quantum physics and say, no, relativity is not all right either. There's something deeper than that. And then there's people who are saying, oh, no, quantum mechanics is not, it is string theory. No, it's not string, it's M theory. And who's right? So we don't trust that. Okay, we don't put our trust in it. And on another level, as far as black folk are concerned, okay, the origin of science in Europe and America was to prove white supremacy. So let's just keep that real too. The origin of science, do you hear my words? The origins of science was not about trying to figure out what was what, okay? That's found in philosophy. Philosophers were trying to figure out what the truth was, what this is, what is really, what's reality, what's really going on. But scientists, the first scientists were trying to prove white supremacy and did everything in their power to prove that black people were inferior to every people, not just white people, to every people. Black people were the lowest of humanity, and that was science, proven science. We proved it in science, okay? So we don't trust that, and we don't trust religion either, okay? As Son One is going to point out later on with a fascinating study, these are things that we use as techniques. It opens our minds and leads us to the truth. But we are hip hop, and the only thing we know to be true is us. Okay? That's the only thing we really know to be true is us and what we doing. So you hear people all the time talk about, you know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. We have to go way back and rethink the entire reality that we are being force-fed through grade school education. We have to go back and think that through. We have to go back and recreate the world for ourselves. We have to reinvent the wheel for ourselves. So we're getting started here and now, right now. I want you to remember something. Here's a few quotes just before I get into the gospel reading. Buckminster Fuller, Buckminster, Fuller, Fuller. Buckminster Fuller. He was an engineer, philosopher, so on. He said this, quote, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete," end quote. This is part of the foundation as to why we exist. This is part of the foundation of why we exist. I'll say it again, quote, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. I'm going to change it by protesting and fighting against it. To change something or a system or a way or an idea, to change something, build a new model that makes that existing model obsolete." That's what we're doing here at the Temple of Hip Hop. We don't need to fight and protest against anybody's situation. We just gonna go ahead and build something that makes that no longer relevant. If you want to deal with it, go for it, sure. But in our lives, that's no longer relevant. And that's what we mean about even these holy books, from the Bible to the Quran, to the Bhagavad Gita, to the Torah, to whatever. Okay? We respect all of that, but we don't need that. God's speaking to us directly. Directly. God's talking right to us. Open your mind, open your heart, open your being, and begin to listen. God don't need no book. God don't speak English or French or Spanish or anything, any Asian or African language. God don't speak none of this. God speaks life. And God speaks through your life experiences. Your circumstances of your life is God's word. Your life is God's word. What goes on in your life is the sentences that God is speaking to you. If you really want to see what God has in store for you, look at your life. You know deep down inside what you're supposed to be doing, and you just ain't doing it. Let's keep it real right here. You know what you're supposed to be doing. You know where you're supposed to be going. You know who you're supposed to be seeing, but you're just not doing it. You don't need to go to a book, a psychiatrist, a psychic. You don't need any of that. Go within yourself and be truthful with you. So we're not fighting against no system. We ain't fighting against anybody. We're not protesting against this and that, although I do join the protest, no doubt. The man-human part of me will join in on that revolution. You will see me in a protest. But we're talking above man. We're talking above human. We are superhuman. We're going beyond that to the realm of God, to the realm of divinity. And when you get to the realm of divinity, you come across statements like this. You don't fight against, to change things, you don't change things by fighting the existing reality. You change things by coming up with an entirely different reality that makes that other reality obsolete. So when we say abolish the police, for instance, abolish the police, people get angry with that, especially police. People say, oh, what do you mean abolish the police? Well, the first thing we mean is that the police have already been abolished because we don't have real policing. You can't say we have law enforcement in America and now George Floyd, his killers are on trial. That means there's no police. It's not us saying abolish the police. There is no police. Okay, this is a philosophical thought. We're not here to offend nobody or disrespect anybody. It's not about that. Okay, what it's about is the police have already been abolished. There's no police. There's no law. There's nobody's following the law from the presidents on down. I should say on up. From the presidents onward, nobody's following law. Even the police. Nobody wants to talk about it much openly, but those people who stormed the Capitol were police. Those people who shot George Floyd, police. Those people who are falsifying evidence and locking our brothers and sisters up for no reason whatsoever are the police. So we're not saying abolish the police, like we want to get rid of the police. That's immature. That's not real thinking. That's immature. The mature thought is, when you say abolish the police, that is a recognition that the police have already been abolished. We don't have no police in our neighborhoods. We don't have no police in the United States. We have a gang with the authority to kill. That's what we really have. And nobody really wants to talk about it because ain't nobody really interested in the truth. We just, black people getting shot. I just heard a woman on TV talk about how after George Floyd, by the way, okay, after George Floyd's death, 100, she said over 100 black people were either brutally harmed by the police, they required hospitalization, or they were killed. 100. After George Floyd's death. Okay, after it, 100 more black people were killed. 100 more black people sent to the hospital. Thousands of us intimidated, threatened, terrorized. Where's the police? If there was a real police force in the United States, then somebody would be arresting those criminals that put on police uniforms and walk around like they the police. They fake cops. Now, where's the real cops that arrest them? If nobody is arresting fake cops, there is no police. So be clear when you say, if you say, abolish the police. We're not talking about some little kitty, get rid of the police because I don't like them. That ain't what we talking about. We talking about the fact that the police don't exist. So why are we paying these people? Why is your tax dollars going to these people and they don't exist? It's like saying, I can go on for days, but matter of fact, I'm just gonna cut it off here. I'm quite sure you get the point, okay? And I bring this up because we need a new system. We need an entirely new system, and that system ain't coming from no government. The government is the police. The problem with the police is the government, not even the police. Because if you had a real government, okay, I should say abolish the government. Oh, Jesus, let's not go there. But if you really had a government, a real United States government, then mistakes and things done within the police, within policing would have been dealt with 50 years ago. Dr. King had a problem with police brutality, as he called it, in the I Have a Dream speech. He mentioned police brutality 2 times in the I Have a Dream speech. Okay, that's 1963. If we really had a government, Dr. King would have said that one time, and you would have never heard of it again. The kids today would be like, what did he mean, police brutality? What does he mean? And we'd have to get scholars and pictures, and people say, well, there was a time when the police used to just pull you over for no reason, just because you was black. And they would treat you differently from how they treat white people. And you would sit there scratching your head going, wow, that really happened? And the professor would be like, yes, thank God we have a real government that dealt with that over the late 60s and 70s, and now we don't have that problem no more. But is that what's going on? No. So let's deal with the truth. The truth is, America is being governed by a lawless gang. And until another country comes and rescues us, or we rescue ourselves with a higher conduct, ain't nothing gonna change. Voting don't work. Democracy don't work. Capitalism don't work. We want to hold on to these things and they're broken and don't work. People say all the time, we know the voting thing is broken. The American system is broken, but we got to fix it. Where I come from, if something breaks, you throw it in the garbage. Okay? And you run down to the store and you get a new one. Now, I know that's pretty surface, of course. Some things that break can be fixed. We know that. But this ain't getting fixed. It's been 50 years. It's been 100 years. It's been 402 years. Ain't nothing fixed. So obviously this is broke. Why don't we pick it up, throw it in the garbage, and create something new? That's what hip hop is. If you could open your mind and see our culture outside of rap music, you'll see that this is our way out. This is our way out. We have a new system that if we just united around this system and said, we're not going to kill each other, we're not going to rape each other, we're not stabbing each other, we're not lying to each other, let us live as we know we're supposed to live, then we don't need no police. See, so keep in mind that abolish the police ain't got nothing to do with the police. It got to do with our conduct toward ourselves. Because the first time you say abolish the police, people say, oh man, with no cops, it's going to be crazy around here. And they might be right. They might be right. Because when there's no police, people act stupid. And you see it every day outside your door. Just the traffic alone, okay? The speed limit says 65. People doing 85. You just can't follow the 65? No, I got to do 75. So now the cop is there now. Okay? So now he got to be there to make sure you do 75 miles an hour. How immature is that? I would advise all temple members, okay? All temple members, follow the law. I don't care if it's a white man's law, black man's law, Native American law. If it's law, follow it. What's wrong with following law? Why is that a problem? But we live in a lawless society, so nobody's talking about really following law. People are really talking about just do what I tell you to do. And that's why nobody want to wear their masks. They say, oh, you trying to control me. You trying to da-da-da. And now we have a pandemic. I mean, think about that for a minute. Even if the government is trying to control us by saying, put the mask on so we can control you. If everybody did it, it wouldn't be control anymore. It would be citizenship. It would be the citizenry. This is what our nation needs. Put the mask on. And it would become not you controlling me, it would become a symbol of my citizenship. I am united with the country itself. But Americans can't do that. We can't do that. We don't agree on nothing, okay? Not even putting a mask on. How immature is this? That means hip-hop has to save itself. Hip-hop has to unite around a body of principles that protects us and our children. That's what we're here to teach. That's what we're here to do. One last thing here with Socrates. I want to bring Socrates into our philosophical situation. I'll talk quickly about democracy. Democracy is, democracy is, people throw democracy around like the same way they throw around science and or religion. I mean, not many people are talking about religion these days. People want to diss religion and put religion down, which is why you got so many psychological disorders and depression and, mass killings and people, the minute they took those 10 commandments out of public use, thou shalt not kill, lie, cheat, steal. Once you take that out of society, what do you have? Science? What do you have? Nothing. No morality, no ethics, no conduct, no way for us to treat each other. Nothing. It's gone because we're dissing God. We're saying it's cool to be atheists and flaunt it and say, yeah, I don't believe in no God. And then you wonder why your society is the way it is. No morality, no ethics, nothing bigger than us to look forward to. Even if it's made up, there's nothing to look forward to. We just don't want to follow laws, don't want to follow nobody's ethics or morals, don't want to follow principles. So look, and now you see the country. You see what the results of this is. So I just want you to remember that Socrates said, the problem with democracy is that the opinions of the ignorant and the unthinking carry equal weight with those of the learned and the thoughtful, end quote. I'll say it again. This is Socrates speaking on democracy. Now, and imagine, American democracy, they claim it comes from Athens, from Greece, okay? Here's a dude from Greece, okay? Here's a dude from Greece, and one of the greatest philosophical minds in the Western paradigm of philosophy. Here's what he got to say about democracy. He said, the problem with democracy is that the opinions of the ignorant and the unthinking carry equal weight with those of the learned and the thoughtful. It's like democracy means we all got a say. Everybody got a say in their government. Well, that may sound cool until an idiot starts talking against somebody who studied something and knows the truth. A chef comes up and says, the way you cook an egg is like this. You get that perfect egg every time if you do it like this. Then somebody else comes along and says, I don't think so, and burns the egg. And then they try to justify it and say, no, we have a new thing called burnt egg. And you're supposed to eat burnt egg. Okay, this is democracy. This is what democracy is, and hip-hop has got to figure this one out. We can't just keep going along with what we're hearing. Oh, it's about science. Forget God. Oh, it's about democracy. Forget monarchy. The divine right of kings and queens. Oh, forget that. Forget that. Ain't nobody a king. Ain't nobody a queen. We all got a say. Everybody can talk. That sounds good until you start thinking. And when you start thinking, you see that the science will say, or should I say this, medicine will say, a form of science, medicine will say, you shouldn't eat sugar, salt, dairy, flour. That's medical advice. They tell you all the time, look, get away from that stuff if you want to be healthy. Get away from mostly everything white. I say that with respect. But, you take a look at it. Sugar, salt, white rice, white pasta, cocaine, flour, everything white, okay? Medicine says get away from that if you want to live a more healthy life and get what's green, okay? Get the green in you if you want to live a healthier life. Yet you go to the supermarket and there's the sugar, the salt, the dairy, the flour. All of it. All of it's right there. That's democracy. We all got a say. Everybody gets a say, even if you wrong. Even if you are a poison, you still get to be on the shelf. Now, hip-hop got to think about things like this. Hip-hop got to think about this. And then you got to think about, so if democracy is what it really is, if this is what it really is, democracy, if this is what democracy is really all about, okay, the majority rules, that's democracy, okay, the majority rules. Socrates did go on to say that the majority rules always leads to mob rule, which is what you saw at the Capitol. Mob rule. Whatever the largest group of people, whatever they think is going to be the truth. So Nazi Germany, Adolf Hitler was a Democrat. Adolf Hitler was democratically elected to his office. Democratically elected to his office. Nazi Germany was a democracy. Okay? The majority of people agreed that these Jews over here is the problem with our country. So let's just start picking them out and getting rid of them. That's democracy. Democracy says that Africans are less human. Matter of fact, 3/5 of a human, if you want to be accurate. 3/5 of a human, and that's democracy. So the majority in the country, which is presumed to be white folk from England, really from Europe, but at the time it was England, the majority said, no, you black folk are slaves, and you're really animals, really. That's democracy. And so it gets to happen because that's democracy. So we got to think about these things. Don't let people walk up to you and just tell you, oh, it's about science. Oh, it's about democracy. Oh, it's about capitalism. It's about, no. You got to be able to step back and think for yourself. And that's what hopefully all of this is all about. So now turn your gospel to page 651. Page 651 of the Gospel of Hip Hop. Page 651 of the Gospel of Hip Hop. We're reading the section, this is the Temple of Hip Hop. I'm just going to find, no, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Yeah, I am in the 16th overstanding, which is called Our God, the Great Event. Our God, the Great Event. But I'm reading from page 651. And wait a minute, hold on. I'm so crazy today with this. No, I was right. At the beginning, I skipped ahead. Sorry for that. Because I knew I was at the temple. Let me come back over here. I'm sorry. I'm at the 17th overstanding, the Temple of Hip Hop. The 17th overstanding, the Temple of Hip Hop. That's the whole section. Those that have their Gospel of Hip Hop, you could go ahead and read the whole section as part of your work this week. Read the whole section regarding the Temple of Hip Hop. But I want to point our new members to page 651, paragraph 34. And we're starting with paragraph 34, page 651. So, and this is our mission. We intend to preserve hip-hop by preserving hip-hoppers, with both a literal as well as a symbolic knowledge of hip-hop's existence beyond music and other entertainment. We strive to restore and or enhance the hip-hopper's wonder and respect for the spiritual life. As a final thought on this particular subject, because remember, I'm in the middle of this, and I made a point before. So it says, as a final thought on this particular subject, let us remember that everyone who claims an affiliation with the Temple of Hip Hop isn't necessarily a true Temple member. And I advise you to spread that across any church, temple, whatever. Just because somebody say they Jewish don't mean they are. That they really down with their Torah. Just because somebody say they Buddhist don't mean they are. Christian, Muslim, just because you dress up or wear or put a cross on or something. No, hip hop has got to think a little faster than this. Okay, a little more deeper than this. And the same rules apply to us as well. In fact, that's what we're actually reading. Okay. Let us remember that everyone who claims an affiliation with the Temple of Hip Hop isn't necessarily a true temple member. You will know a true templist not only by her work to preserve and further develop hip hop, but how she treats other people. And those that are reading with us for the first time, you notice that we use her and she and mother to represent all of humanity. The way in which the Western or American writers use he and man and him to represent all of humanity. We use her and she and mother as representing all of humanity. So within the gospel, you'll notice it says her and she and so on. If you're a man, that applies to you too. Let us remember that everyone who claims an affiliation with the Temple of Hip Hop isn't necessarily a true temple member. You will know a true templist not only by her work to preserve and further develop hip hop, but how she treats other people. It is not about how popular or rich or influential a temple member is. If they are unstudied, inactive, or hateful, they are not serious members of the Temple of Hip Hop. Be clear with that. Be clear. Just because you have the gospel of hip hop in your hand, don't make you a temple member. It's how you treat other people, including those of your own house. We went through that last week. Those you treat of your own temple. Can you at least just respect those that say they down with the temple too? If we all could just respect one another, we could build a nation off that. You cannot claim to be a serious member of the Temple of Hip Hop if you are unstudied or inactive, or if your personal attitude toward others is contrary to the teachings of our society. If you have truly grasped the teachings of our temple, it will reflect in your attitude toward others. Again, Manly P. Hall, which is a famous writer and Freemason as well, Manly P. Hall reminds us that, quote, no one can actually experience internal illumination and not reveal this enlargement of understanding in daily life. End quote. I'll say it again. Manly P. Hall, quote, no one can actually experience internal illumination and not reveal this enlargement of understanding in daily life. End quote. The personal character of the templist reveals not only her level of hip-hop understanding, but also her loyalty to the maintenance of the Temple of Hip-Hop. So in other words, even if you give money to the Temple of Hip-Hop, if you disrespecting your brother, you bringing down the maintenance of the Temple of Hip-Hop. Even if you've been with the temple for years and you know the gospel back and forth, if you still disrespecting your brothers and sisters, you haven't learned anything. True temple members are committed to the maintenance of their temple. And that's a spiritual line too, because not only are we talking about the Temple of Hip Hop, we're talking about your spiritual temple. The true templist is about the maintenance of their temple, their temple, your body or your family, your house. Temple members do not seek to exploit the resources of their community. They seek to enhance and even multiply their temple's resources. Yes, we are all growing and learning, and mistakes will be made. However, there is a big difference between an honest mistake or need versus a deliberate attempt to use one's temple for one's own selfish gain. Let us be on guard against those who join our society in hopes of only furthering their individual careers. This is not what the Temple of Hip Hop is all about. The Temple of Hip Hop is all about the spiritual and cultural progression of the international hip hop community. That's all. The Temple of Hip Hop is not a money-making venture. It is not a business or a place you can get your career started. Be clear with that. If you are in need of money or any other resource to live, do not let the Temple of Hip Hop stand in your way of securing an income for yourself. Don't let the Temple of Hip Hop stand in your way of achieving your goals and dreams. If your career is in need of attention, remove yourself from the temple of hip hop's responsibilities and give your career the attention it needs. The point here is that the temple of hip hop is not a, I'm sorry, the temple of hip hop is a hip hop preservation society and ministry that does cultural preservation and ministry work. And let us emphasize the word work. Here, serious temple members bring their resources to the temple of hip hop in an effort to complete the work that is to be accomplished. Serious temple members spend their own money, use their own resources, and display their own skills in doing the great work of preserving and further developing the hip hop idea. This includes the teachers of our temple. You hear what I just said? This includes the teachers of the temple as well. Know this, even though hip hop's teachers and ministers are authorized to take up an offering on behalf of the upkeep of their temples, it must be clearly emphasized that if God, let me say that again. It must be clearly emphasized here that it is God and God alone who sustains our temple, our temples. If we really believe this, then there really is little need to take up an offering from an already struggling people. Our teachers established their temples not with bank loans, grants, and donations, but with their own clear understanding of spiritual law. This is what establishes the temple, not bank loans and grants, but your understanding of spiritual law. The traditions of other temples and churches may require them to take up an offering, and we are obliged to respect such traditions. But as for the temple of hip hop, we use the mastery of our hip hop elements to finance the maintenance of our temple. We come to our people with the resources we and they need to focus upon the lessons we've come to teach. Yes, there is something to be said about the law of give and receive and the importance of a congregation supporting their man or woman of God. There's something to be said about that. But temple members should not be teaching the gospel of hip hop until they have mastered its principles, and one of its principles is wealth. Another is charity. Another is love. In this case, care. Speaking of love, care. This is how we approach our people in our temples. The temple of hip hop serves as a restoration to the ancient ideas regarding life and spiritual living. Our ultimate aim is to restore the truth to our people. However, we use the term our people here because not everyone is ready to embrace the truth. Slavery has become very comfortable in my time, while it is freedom that is becoming more and more difficult to maintain in my time. The truth is that we can create our own reality. We can recreate ourselves. This is not only the truth, it is also the ultimate state of freedom. The ultimate state of freedom is to create yourself. Such a freedom begins with the way in which we perceive ourselves. Normally, a person's or a people's race and or ethnicity would not matter in a truly spiritual conversation. And realize that your race, your ethnicity, none of that matters in a spiritual conversation. But when politically motivated deceptions and distortions of the truth make their way into the common understanding of spiritual reality, it is the duty and responsibility of every truth seeker to openly correct such deception and replace such lies with truth. This is why we use the term our people, meaning those who are ready to hear the truth. Not black people, not Asians, not white, not Arab, Persian, no, our people, those ready to hear the truth. As an example, in my time, the image of the white Jesus with blue eyes and long blonde hair is known by every biblical scholar to be historically incorrect. Everybody know this. Yet, such an image remains the standard depiction of Jesus' physical image. And why is that? Why are some Christians so reluctant to embrace the fact that Jesus, as well as Moses, King Solomon, King David, Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, and most of the leading characters of the Bible were indeed dark-skinned? Why is that so hard to deal with? What is that? What difference does it really make whether any biblical character was black, white, or other? And I'm quoting the United States Census. They since then changed that. They don't use other anymore. They try to lay out everybody's thing. But this was just an inside thing for those that understand the U.S. Census and how they categorize people. As Dr. Henry Lewis Clark advised, quote, I think the Christianity that black ministers espouse is going to have to be remade to suit our needs, the needs of our people. Mr. Clark continues, I believe that we are capable of creating a religion of a new humanity, end quote. Now, of course, he's talking about black folk here and black ministers. But I'm reading from the Gospel of Hip Hop, and it's clear that our people are hip hop people. We've transcended race. I know what it is to be black. I'm a black man. I'm proud of it. But that ain't the point. The point is, there's some black folk that'll rob me right now. Care less about God, spirituality, and this, that. There's black folk on the internet right now disrespecting everything I'm saying. Everything. Okay, right now. Okay, they just as black as I am. We in the same situation, but they have not. They don't understand how important unity is. They don't understand how important maturity is, and they black. Okay, you know some white people listening to me right now. You know there's some white folk. You be wondering what are you doing? They're like, why? You look at them and be like, I'm not even white no more because of this stupidness over here. We all feel that way. Asians, Native Americans, you have a piece of your community that's crazy and does do all kind of stupidness and bring down your group. They bring the group down. They make other people think less of you because of how they want to act. That's why hip hop can't be part of all that. Oh, I'm black, I'm white, I'm red, I'm yellow. No, are you God? Do you love? Do you have wisdom? Can you break? Can you MC? Can you graffiti write? Can you DJ? Can you beatbox? That's what we want to know. I'm on page 654 at paragraph 47. True Christians should pay very close attention to this analysis. In no way can we ever in no way can we ever discredit, demean, or disrespect the Christian faith. Such is not the character of an attuned hip-hopper. However, the seeking and revealing of truth is the exact character of an attuned hip-hopper. And because so many hip-hoppers were enslaved, freed, and raised within the Christian tradition, it is imperative that we question our relationship with Christianity and our roles as spiritual beings within it. Many of us hip-hoppers began our spiritual journey within the Christian tradition. Maybe it was our own African ancestors in an effort to civilize and spiritualize early Europeans who created the white Jesus so that Europeans would accept the concept of the Christ. There's a theory on that as well, that the white Jesus came from us, or came from our ancestors, early, well, I can't even say our ancestors, but came from the early African Christians. They knew that the Christ was not a person. The Christ is a consciousness. So you could depict the Christ as any person whatsoever. And maybe they did this to spiritualize certain people in Europe and say, no, this is what you look like in a higher sense, and so on. There's those that believe that as well. There's also the fact that Rome hijacked the early Christian religion, or should I say the early Jewish religion, or this offshoot of Judaism called the Way. And they hijacked that, called it Christianity, so that they could have control of people. And this is where you get the white Jesus and the white Mary and da 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 da. That's because Rome wanted to, Rome was seeking identity for itself. That's also a theory of how this came to be. Another theory is that maybe Jesus himself or Mary ordered this racial change because his own people had rejected the Christ. That's also in history how black folk get a Christ. All the time, Christ walking all around Africa. What black folk do? Diss them, disrespect them, throw them out the community. This is history too, by the way. That's not a theory, okay? Most of the prophets in Africa couldn't even teach in Africa. You ask yourself, like say for instance, Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey, you should ask, why didn't he was born in Jamaica and taught in Jamaica first. He got thrown out of Jamaica. Jamaicans didn't want to hear Marcus Garvey. They didn't respect the man's message. Now today you go to Jamaica, everybody's Garvey Aitan, me a Garvey Aitan, yeah. Okay, no, they're cool with that, no problem. But when Garvey was walking the earth, he couldn't get nobody to respect him. He had to come to America, and even Americans didn't respect him, but 4 million of us did and supported the Garvey movement. And his big success was here in the United States. Why is Garvey's message that wasn't taken up in Jamaica where he was born? Because black folk got this thing about them. The minute a prophet rises within your midst, the first thing you do is say, he ain't nobody. He just da-da-da. And you diss him. And then what happens? That black prophet goes across the way, Greeks, Romans, Persians, Asians, and so on, and they embrace the black prophet. And they say, well, tell me more. How else can we get up and what? So in a lot of ways, you can't diss white folk either. You can't diss white folk for taking up, and I'm speaking to black people in particular at this point. You can't blame white people for picking up the culture you threw away or embracing the prophet you disrespected and threw out of your community. This is the truth. And that's why the truth hurts. People don't want to hear it. People don't want to hear it. I don't care whether you want to hear it or not. My duty is to speak the truth. And the truth is, every time a black prophet rises, it's his own people that slings him on the cross. And then these other group of people say, let's get him off that cross and we'll feed you, we'll finance you, we'll listen, we'll carry on your tradition, but we're going to make it our tradition. Okay? You're going to get that white Jesus now. You're going to get, whatever it is. You're going to get an Asian Buddha. Even though Buddha was a black Indian. Okay? Black like this shirt I'm wearing. Okay? The original Buddha was a black Hindu Indian. But somehow the black Hindu Indians of his time couldn't figure him out. And he's like, yo, you know what? I'm going to run over here to these Asians, these other people. And they're going to keep my tradition alive. They're going to keep me going. So you ask yourself, how can there be a Hinduism and a Buddhism when Buddha was a Hindu? How can there be a Christianity with Jesus as the Messiah and Jesus was a Jew? How can there be Judaism when Abraham was Babylonian? How can there be a 10 Commandments with Moses when Moses was Egyptian? So you look at all of these traditions and you see that when the black prophet rises, they're disrespected in their own community. And then a foreign community comes along and says, we'll pick up where you left off. And we'll take that knowledge for ourselves and our children. Now, is that a stolen legacy? Quoting my friend George G.M. James, is that a stolen legacy? Or is that a given legacy? You coughed it up. You had no respect for what you already had in your midst. So now, you know, I don't want to count how many white people probably on this call right now, or should I say this? I don't want to count how many non-black people are on this call right now. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it really real right now with the truth. I have over 300,000 people on my Instagram alone, okay? On my Instagram alone, just Instagram. I'm not talking about none of these other platforms, just Instagram alone. I got over 300,000 people logged into my Instagram. I blast out. We have a temple call. We are talking truth and philosophy and the uplifting of hip hop as culture. Why don't you come on in and join? And you see the numbers. Okay? People ain't interested in truth. Truth is a character that goes beyond race, beyond ethnicity, beyond any of this, religion and any of this. Just, do you have a heart for truth? Do you want to hear something that's real in your life? Do you want to become something more than what you was born as? Or born within, should say that. Do you want to transcend your environment? Do you want to become hip to your hop and not have the environment move you? Well, not everybody wants that. And so that's why these communities come together, because we realize we're not just black, we're not white, we're not red, we're not just these ethnicities or these religions. We respect our cultures, we respect our parents, we respect whatever religion we come from and so on. But even within the religion itself, you could look right next to you and say, this dude is not following the law. And those people get together and say, well, we want to follow the law. We want to follow the law. And that's not a race. That's a character. Reading on. I'm at paragraph 48, reading on. And I'm in the middle of it as well, because I stopped in the middle of it where I said maybe Jesus himself or Mary ordered this racial change because of his own people, because his own people had rejected the Christ. Okay? Maybe all of this had to do with the slave trade and the creation of both the slave and the slaveholder. Clearly, such an image seems to have served as a form of population control in Christian Europe and early America, meaning that it would have been more acceptable to average Europeans to enslave an unholy, savage, and soulless race of people than to do the same to God's true chosen people. Meaning that, you know, instead of these slavers, which is not all of Europe, because imperialism, colonialism, that's a character too. The Africans were imperialists, Europeans were imperialists, Arabs were imperialists, but not all of us. In fact, the minority of us were these pirates and criminals. The rest of us got along really well. But when you have a bully in your midst with the gun out, pointing it to your head, you know, now you're thrown around. You don't know what to do with yourself. There's a bully now here. Okay? So the point here is that maybe, I'm talking about this white Jesus thing, maybe the slavers made this concept up to take away the divinity of the people they were enslaving, and not to take it away from the people they were enslaving, but take it away from the European population who would have never gone for this. They had to first convince other white folk that it was cool to enslave these black folk. And the best way to do that is to say they are without God, without a soul. Actually, as a matter of fact, they're 3/5 of a human. So you could go ahead and enslave them like you enslave cattle. And even the white folk of Europe was like, you're crazy, and we're going to start this thing called an abolitionist movement and go against you. So even when you're being lied to, it's your own character that's still going to either accept the lie or get with the truth. So, and I say, meaning that it would have been more acceptable to average Europeans to enslave an unholy, savage, and soulless race of people than to do the same to God's true chosen people. Only evil would consider enslaving God's chosen people and stealing their sacred heritage and birthright for themselves. This is pure evil. This is only evil can do this. Only a jealous, envious, deceitful mind would go to such lengths as to conceal the truth from so many people for so long. But equally, only a disobedient, ignorant, fearful people living in blatant denial would go along with such an inaccuracy for so long. Talking about black folk, okay? Sometimes the revelation of evil is more staggering than the revelation of truth. Just like today, Iraq as well as Iran are both considered to be the actual places where many of the biblical stories and its characters originate. Yet, this is the very region that Christian America has declared war against. How hypocritical can you be? As a Christian nation, isn't this self-destruction? Truly, in history, we were the humans and they were the animals. And this is what we have to, and this is what we have had taken from us, our humanity, all of us. America boasts of its Christian values and heritage and holds the Bible at its highest level of morality as well as its connection to God. Yet, the American government in my present time is bombing the very region the Bible was written in, killing the people of that region, and has already robbed and enslaved the Bible's African descendants. Again, how hypocritical can you be? And again, is this not self-destruction? We're just talking truth. Is this not self-destruction? However, the real question is, how long are we hip-hoppers supposed to put our precious faith into such corrupt religious practices? How long will we empower our own oppression and ultimately our own demise? It seems like our whole spiritual reality originated amongst the plans for our enslavement. This is why the Temple of Hip Hop exists. It is time that we free ourselves and rediscover our own relationship with God. We now know that everyone, including ourselves, was deceived. Everyone, it is everyone, including ourselves, was deceived. And that we were the true humans and they were the true animals. We know this today. But what shall we do about it? It seems that not only were our lands and physical resources stolen from us, our actual souls were also stolen. Let me say that one more time. I'm at paragraph 53. I'm on page 656. It seems that not only were our lands and physical resources stolen from us, our actual souls were also stolen. Try to understand this. Slaves, which no human being could really be, slaves in the United States were created and bred to be slaves. It seems that a certain part of the African population was set aside and bred for slavery. That's the eugenics program. That's science. What science was doing to us. Bred for slavery, which included the total breakdown and rebuilding of the African mind and soul. And it is this group that influences the rest of us today. As I research this observation, I find that the depths of our losses are more staggering than we have ever imagined. Forget about the theft of our land, minerals, precious metals, stones, plants, oil, knowledge, people, etc. That still goes on today. Forget about all of that. The real tragedy here is that our very souls were taken from us or blocked from our indefinite use. The very force that animates our being has been stolen from us and put to use in the building of our own prison. The very force that protects and preserves our natural resources, our soul, has either been stolen from us or switched off. Either way, we have been blinded to ourselves. We cannot see ourselves, and so we have no direction. We are forced to be led and guided as opposed to being those who lead and guide. And this goes for everyone who chooses to buy into the convenience of slavery over their birthright of freedom. Freedom is a birthright. This, I believe, is the center of the world's problems. It is the fact that the original human beings, the first humans who established civilization, the true queens and kings, the true gods and goddesses, God's original chosen people, regardless of race or ethnicity, have forgotten who they are. And as a result, the whole world suffers because everything is out of order. Everything is out of place. Everything is upside down. The true kings are slaves, and the true slaves are kings. This is why the world's cities are in such turmoil. We have forgotten our divinity and the responsibilities that come with such divinity. And this analysis is not only pointing to the injustice of such a situation. This analysis points more toward the imbalance of today's human order and who is supposed to be doing what. I believe that the world is the way it is because the true kings have been enslaved and murdered by jealous and greedy slaves. But more importantly, because of our own internal conflicts, we have given up our birthright and heritage. And I'll say that again. 58. Matter of fact, you may even want to highlight that. If you have a yellow or marker or a pen or something, you may just want to circle that. Paragraph 58, I'm on page 657, paragraph 58. But more importantly, because of our own internal conflicts, we have given up our birthright and heritage. That's going on right now. Right now. You could click me off and go into any of these chat rooms and see the stupidity being discussed. Black folk, white folk, Asian folk, coming from heritages, coming from divine heritage. All of us come from divine heritage. But you go to that chat room or anybody's room, and what you hear is divine, the children of divinity talking about, yeah, man, I'm gonna kill this mother. Really? Stupid talk. All day, every day, all day, stupid talk. And you come from divinity. You can't see that, and you know what? This is the point. You can't see, so you don't come from divinity. So let me make a distinction here. What the gospel of hip-hop is talking about is that those with divinity are having stupid conversations and giving up their birthright and their heritage. They're not standing on their heritage. They're not standing on their birthright. They're not continuing the divinity of their parents and ancestors. They're choosing to be afraid, ignorant, immature, selfish, jealous, and throwing away your divine birthright. Then you wonder why, there's no miracle in your life. Or, all this other stuff. We look at spirituality like it's supposed to be some kind of superhero power. You're supposed to have rays coming out your eyes, or you could fly, or, stupid talk. When real divinity is only about loving your brother and sister, forgiving your brother and sister, Do you have the courage to forgive your brother and sister? Your brother robbed you. He came back and said, I'm sorry, and here's your stuff back. Do you still go, man, you robbed me last week? Resentment in your heart. You can't see past your own emotional hurt. Then you give up your divinity. It's really just that simple. You know, there's nothing complicated about God or the universe or divinity. There's nothing complicated about it. It's really very simple. Somebody transgress you, forgive them. It protects you and raises your divinity. Somebody transgresses you, I hate them. I'm going to kill them. I'll never give in. Who gets hurt by that? Not the person, you. So divinity is not just, oh, we're going to pray and worship. Life gives you opportunities to become the Christ. Life gives you opportunities to be God in the situation. You hear about a certain thing went down. You say, man, that was crazy what dude did. That was crazy what dude said. That's crazy how she did that. But it didn't happen to you. You hearing about it. So then you form an opinion in your mind about how you're going to deal with this person based on what you heard. That's not God at all. Let me be the first one to tell you if you haven't heard it, okay? That is not God at all. At all, okay? God is, I heard something about somebody. I didn't like that, man. That goes against every principle I stand for. Why don't we go help the brother and sister get out of that situation? Why don't we go and send them something that's inspiring and gets them out of that stuff? Instead of condemning your brother, offer him a hand out of the situation in which he's in. And that the beginning of that is mercy. 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 Forgiveness. Not judgment. Not I'm going to condemn my brother, condemn my sister because I heard they did some craziness that I don't like. No, that's your opportunity to be God right there. Right there. You know this is wrong. Ain't nobody question that. That's wrong. But guess what? I come with divinity. I don't agree with nothing you did, said, or about. But let me offer you this gospel of hip hop. Let me offer you a DVD or even some help. Here's a psychiatrist. Here's a number to a psychiatrist. You're crazy. You need some help. You know, approach your brother and sister with some kind of help. You don't condemn your brothers and sisters and you know the wolf wants to eat us all. The enemy wants to kill all of us. So your brother falls, you're going to push him further down. Your sister messes up, you're going to condemn her and throw her out the community. And you know we got enemies everywhere. This is the truth. This is the truth. This is what it means to be righteous or of a godly character. It doesn't mean you agree with everything. It doesn't mean you condone stupidity and crime. You don't condone that. But equally, you try to correct it. You try to educate it. You try to get your brothers and sisters out of that. But more importantly, because of our own internal conflicts, we have given up our birthright and heritage. Because of our own lack of respect for our own divine history and leadership, we have handed our very soul force over to our enemies. And we continue to do the same today. Our world is the way it is because we have forgotten who we are. Our ignorance creates the world that we are experiencing. Our own immaturity and disunity have led to our own enslavement. And that's history, too. Before the white man even got into Africa, Africans were enslaving Africans. That's just straight history, okay? Ain't no way around it. Ain't no way to get it. Ain't nothing, okay? Before 1440, with the first, Portuguese coming in and doing a thing, before all that, in 1300, okay, Africans were running around raiding villages, killing people, raping people, stealing, doing all kind of craziness. And then what happens? White man come in from Europe and says, oh, this how y'all get down? That's how y'all do it? Well, let me join in with a gun. We had spears and knives. They came in with the musket. Wiped out the entire African civilization as we knew it. All we had to do was stand together and Portugal would have been done. But we couldn't even do that. We cursed out our philosophers, disrespected our prophets, disrespected our kings and our leadership, and you don't expect to be enslaved? You don't expect the enemy to come now? You done wiped away your divine blessing. And now George Floyd could be killed. If black folk were united, just black people, if we were united, there'd be no Eric Garner. There'd be no there'd be none of this. Okay, there'd be none of it. Because we're united. We're practicing a certain kind of character and the whole world knows it. So they would approach us like that. But as long as we running around acting crazy, look at what we get. Look at what it's. I mean, it's one thing to point the finger at the white cop racists. It's one thing to point the finger at the court system that can't get it together. It's one thing to point to the government whose policy it is to shoot at us. Okay, they've been doing that since 1619, Jamestown, Virginia. Okay, that's the government policy. And the root word of police is policy. And that's what police is. The root word of police is policy. This is the government's policy, is the police. The way the police treat you is the way the government is telling them to treat you. So the minute we figure ourselves out, once we become a government unto ourselves, we don't have to worry about whether the courts are going to treat us right. We go to our own courts. We don't have to worry about a police force being indiscriminate or really discriminating between black and white and Asian and this and that. You know, with all due respect to the Asians, specifically Chinese, Japanese, Thai, Korean, in particular, you know, you guys were real quiet during, you know, for a long time. I can't even put a date on it. Chinese in particular have been in America since America began. I mean, there's a whole history of the Chinese person, or should I say now, the Chinese American, I should say, in America. Just go to the railroads. So those who want to look up some of the, well, I can't even say that because some of the history there, Chinese people in America, the history of Chinese people in America is also wiped off. Like, you got to dig deep to find that, okay? But it's there if you want to go look at it. Chinese people have been in America for years, okay? The only Chinese person in my knowledge, now maybe you could bring up somebody else, I'll be willing to hear that name. The only Chinese person that I ever saw stand up for black rights was Bruce Lee, okay? That's about it, okay? Now, I'm quite sure there are others. And I'm citing Bruce Lee because he's popular and famous. But he's popular and famous and was like, no, I'm siding with Jim Kelly and we're going to kick these racist cops' asses. Okay, that's what we do. Okay, Bruce Lee, brilliant. And that's why he's in the gospel of hip hop as well. Never forget his name. Okay, especially if you black. He stood up for our rights, at least recognized them. But how many Asians are doing that today? Now Asians are getting killed by the same white racists, or should I say psychopath. Same one, to storm the Capitol, same mentality, okay? Just shooting at us, shooting at themselves, shooting at all kinds of people in Walmart and the supermarket and all this type of same kind of mentality. Now they shooting at you. And now you can see on the TV, we got an Asian American to stop Asian crime. No. Let's back up a little bit. This is hip hop now, okay? This is hip hop. We're not here to offend anybody, but we're gonna talk the truth, okay? We're gonna speak truth here, and the truth hurts, doesn't it? Well, the truth doesn't hurt. It actually hurts those who want to stay in their lies and their illusions. Now, those who are seeking truth, the truth don't hurt, okay? Don't hurt. Now that Asians are getting killed or at least Asians been getting killed. But now that it's a televised thing. Now Asians are speaking up and want to say this, that, and the other. Hip hop, if you Chinese and you part of hip hop, don't get caught up in that. Don't get caught. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Okay, so don't just, it's just Asian this or black that or white this. No, it's a character about yourself. Will you shoot a person in the back running from you? Okay. Do you think that you're better than somebody else? Is that what you think? You know, because of your race, because of who you are? Is that what you think? You know, black folk always talking about how racist white people are. You ever been to China? Okay? You ever really heard the thoughts of the Koreans about black people? The Vietnamese really have a real reason for their thoughts too. That Vietnam War was no joke. Okay? Don't think it's just black people who are against you or hiding your history. China is colonizing Africa right now. I only got about 5 minutes left. I'm coming up on 9 o'clock, and we're going to bring in a hardcore lesson dealing with Passover, because we're in this time right now. And I invite you all to listen to this lesson. I'll be listening in as well. I heard a little bit of it last week when Son One was going over the equinoxes and so on. And I noticed too that everybody didn't hang out for that either. And it shows your character. You know, if you only on this call to hear KRS-ONE speak and it's just entertainment to you, you missed the whole point. I'm obliged to entertain you, but your life ain't gonna change. You're not getting nothing out of this other than a clap. If that's what you about, then that's what you about. But this is the temple of hip hop, and as you can see, we dealing with real knowledge. We dealing with real truth. And we're dealing with our culture, our people. And our people are Chinese, Korean, Thai, Japanese, Indian, both indigenous American and Indian from India. Our people are Africans, the whole continent. Our people are Europeans, the whole continent. Our people are Caribbean, all the little islands, both Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. Our people are global. So the teacher of hip hop has to speak in a global context, because we're not black, we're not white, we're not red, we're not yellow, we're not purple or green and all it is. We are hip hop. And a lot of us have given up our divinity, which is the point to this reading right here. I'm going to end this right here. I'm going to end this right here. I'm coming up on my last 5 minutes. I'm going to jump ahead. I'm going to jump ahead to page 659. I'm at paragraph 62, which is my ending. Those that have the gospel, go ahead and read it for yourself. You can pick up where I left off. But let me jump ahead to 652 so I can be out by 9 o'clock and get this fiery lesson going. Paragraph 62. Look at how we exploit ourselves today. Look at how we seek to manipulate and disrespect each other today. Look at how some of us can sell destructive drugs and weapons to others of us, bringing down our whole communities. Look at how we sell illegal drugs, guns, and sex right on the same streets named after our king, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This is us. And this is how we treat our own heritage and legacy. We have simply forgotten who we are and where we have come from. And most of us don't even care to know. With this kind of attitude toward ourselves, can we truly say that anything has been stolen from us? Or due to our own ignorance, disobedience, and immaturity, we have given away our own birthright and freedom. And that's my point to this reading right here. This is my point. It's always those chosen few, like Moses, who get revelation from God, but must deliver such revelation to an immature and disobedient people. History sure has a way of repeating itself, especially when it comes to African Americans, and the spiritual reality of hip hop. So, in closing on this first part, before we take our first break and return now with Son One, the point here is, don't say that somebody stole something from you when you the one that's giving it away. You the one throwing it away. And again, I'm using black folk as an example, but you know this goes across the board. Everybody throwing away their divine heritage because you're not paying attention to what your ancestors gave you. You're being afraid of the bully in your own community. That's why people like me rise up within the hip hop community. God made me for a specific reason. I'm not about to be bullied. I'll pop a cap in your ass in a minute. Okay, ain't nobody bullying me. Okay, you'll get your ass beat around here. Okay, that's from God. That's spiritual talk. Okay, that's hip hop spiritual talk. Ain't nobody bullying us around here. Okay, but you, as a spiritual person in your community, you better adopt that same attitude. Don't let nobody bully you. Don't nobody step to you and manipulate you and disrespect you and your family, or try to, what is it called? Subdue you, subjugate you, make you do things you don't want to do. Why? Because they got a gun to your head, or they holding something over you, or this, that, and the other. No, step to that person like, listen, you got 2 more seconds here in my face. Okay? That's God. That's godly. That's spiritual. And this is what a lot of us divine people have lost, which is why I'm saying it. I'm a man of peace, love, unity, and joy. I'm a man of health, love, awareness, and wealth. That's what I stand on. I stand on this right here, the gospel of hip hop. Okay, nothing in this book talked about robbing and killing and stealing from people. No, I stand on truth. But don't think you come into my house stealing my fish. Don't think I'm driving down the street and you gonna get me up out of my car. Now you may, based on how I go down, you may get over for two or 3 minutes. But believe, no, it ain't gonna stay like that. No, it's not. And spiritual people gonna have to get a little more fight in them. Okay, a little more confidence in who you are, because do you believe God walks with you or you don't? Do you believe your ancestors walk with you or you don't? So have more confidence, have more faith in yourself, have more faith in your divinity, Stop disrespecting your ancestors and be God. I want to thank you for listening to me right now. I'm right on the 9 o'clock. We're going to take our first break and return with Son One on the Passover lecture, which is crazy. Stick around. Thank you for listening. We don't share anymore. I'll keep on bringing and singing until your ears is ringing and stinging, flinging and gleaming, true and seeing with meaning. It's seeming we fiending for all the cream and all the screaming. The demon got us believing and scheming, rhyming for no reason. Every weekend we weaken. Discipline is what we needin', but we too busy freaking to understand divine speaking. Is anyone out there trying to make it better, or is all of hip hop about the cheddar? Whatever. You don't care anymore. We don't share anymore. You don't care anymore. We don't share anymore. We don't share again. We ain't never gonna give this style. Take it in. We ain't never gonna give this style. King Karnov. This the essence. Turn me up a little bit, Fox. Here's what we gonna do. Fight, protest, rebel, stand up, Padres, soldiers, warriors, hands up, fight, protest, rebel, stand up, Padres, soldiers, warriors, hands up, fight, protest, rebel, stand up, Padres, soldiers, warriors, hands up, fight, protest.
rebel, Padres, warriors. Yes, I'm an activist, you're not going on after Chris. Hate, I get mad with this injustice, I'm attacking this. Looking back at Chris, the streets is back in this. Real talk, real walk in New York, we're not acting this. This is not a rehearsal either. This is for the real, I'm trying to inspire our next leaders. I used to hold heaters, yeah. You can see that on my first and second album covers right there. But I blew up and grew up quickly and realized to my surprise, yep, God picked me. Or more like kicked me, and I woke up. The rest of these so-called rappers was poked up. I read books and got my hopes up. Right around the same time the West Coast was locked up. I was no duck, no sucker, no punk. 6'4" with the pump, taking no jump. Straight leg jeans on, mostly Lee's on. Nylon tape, got my BBDs on. Bally's, Nikes, BKs, Adidas, Izod, Polo, Fila sneakers. When I was growing up, the biggest gun was a 22. Today guns will take the ground from under you. I'm just doing what any son would do. Hit faced with what's facing me and you. So who's teaching our children? Who's really reaching our children about leaping and building? This weekend I'm willing to cease with the killing. Stop the violence, we're gonna teach that to millions. Blood keeps spilling, how we living? The judicial system would collapse if we started forgiving. Thugs keep illing revenge, envy, anger, greed. That leads to the prison you live in. You wouldn't believe what I've been in and what I've been through. Forgiveness is better than revenge, don't let it in you. You gotta learn to love them too. You gotta learn to love your enemies and your friends too. Cause hate will end you, love defends you. Please take heed to the light that I send you. Stand clear of the evil that men do and women do. Let God live in you. Fight, rebel, Hydras, warriors. Fight, rebel, Hydras, warriors. Fight, rebel, Hydras, warriors. Fight, rebel, Hydras, warriors. Let me tell you about us.
Word, peace and much love. Welcome back, everybody. Excellent bill with the teacher, KRS-ONE. He makes me just want to say, forget that. Let's just preach. Let's get together. Let's realize what it really is. But no, we are gonna teach. We are gonna learn. I must say, a lot of our focus today will be centered within Judaism, seeing as Passover was literally began yesterday on Saturday. So we are going to go into pretty much getting more knowledge about Judaism and Moses, and it's very fitting that he brought up Moses because of the fact that it's my belief that there are nothing wrong with these stories, in the sense of if you can pull out the principles and the message that it's really trying to convey to you, that is the point of really most of the stories within religion. But as we've discussed in past weeks, that there are several other levels to these scriptures that many people just aren't privy to. And I feel personally that hip hoppers should be privy to this knowledge. Again, this isn't trying to convert anybody from any other religion. If you're following your religion the way that really the religion is intended to be followed, we need, obviously, clearly, more people like you in the world. But for those of us who want to know more and really just want to know what it is that we have in the first place. This is where we deal with really knowledge, and we want to know. And so the things that I'm going to essentially present is really just knowledge and evidence to real knowledge of these or really concentrated on Judaism first, because again, the three major, if you would even say this is true, the three major religions of the planet are all based on or get their beginning according to their teachings, that it starts with Judaism. Now, of course, we have other theories regarding that, and we'll actually get into some of those today. But again, it's important to know what is being celebrated. And I was actually having a discussion with Minister Pascal, and the discussion was the fact that this information, even that you're getting, is not something totally for the hip hopper to retain all of it. It's really so that you can get an understanding of it and then direct your kids where to go to, which I would say, obviously, if you're a hip hopper, I would say it would be this gospel of hip hop, is where you would point them to be able to say, no, look, this is what this is. And hopefully they take your word for it. If not, we have plenty of literature that backs up what we're saying. Again, you should know we're not just coming out of the blue with any of this. And also the fact that this is, or even though it may be new to many hip hoppers and new to many people, just because they haven't picked these things as their particular point of study, that this isn't new. This is knowledge that has been here for a very long time. But yet it seems as though it's still kept very low. And again, this is for the hip hopper. This is for those who study hip hop, those that live hip hop. This is why we're studying this. This is why we're bringing these things up, so that we can get clear as to why, without a doubt, in my humblest opinion, that this is the best for us, for hip hop, for our children. If there's any holy book to really love, study, and live your life by, I would say it's the gospel of hip hop. And that's no disrespect to any other book. Again, if you can model your life after Moses and follow these laws, it makes you a wonderful person. If anybody within the Torah that is giving you these lessons of divinity, showing you why they were divine, or these prophets, the warners of their society. If you can model yourself after that, take their best qualities, then no, do that. But again, this is for hip hoppers, those that break, MC, graffiti write, DJ, beatbox, make fashion, create new language, knowledge, and our entrepreneurs. For us, this is why we're gonna really go into this knowledge like we are. Let us step right over here and get right to it. Again, just a quick recap we read this last week. Every year, the ecliptic, which is the path that the sun travels, passes between the two tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, at the highest point the sun will get to in its northern journey. The Tropic of Cancer, June 21st, the summer solstice. We're coming up to that. The sun is rising. It's about at its halfway point to getting to its highest point. The lowest point the sun will get to in its southern journey, the Tropic of Capricorn, December 22nd, the winter solstice. And again, for those who are in the southern hemisphere, it's the complete opposite from your perception. So again, what is north, what is south, is really determining on where you are. I saw that we have Brazil's in the house, South America's in the house, South Africa's in the house. I'm sure many other countries are here with us studying at all types of times right now. So it's important that those that are below the equator, according to the current maps that are available to us now, that you should know that what I just said essentially is opposite, which I would imagine that you've actually been taught that within your classes. Carrying on, again, this is just another look. This is Northern Hemisphere knowledge. This is our spring equinox, March 21st, which happened last week. And again, here's the September 21st, where it crosses down, goes over. This is where the southern gets their spring equinox, and then the sun starts to rise up to its highest peak on their side of the earth. It's just another look at one of the old maps. And the way it goes, it's always on the map. You will notice that old maps that you'll find always have this located. So again, this was a knowledge that was taught very frequently for a very long time. Okay, when the sun passes over the equator, heading up to the Tropic of Cancer, it gives us the spring and summer months. Days are longer than nights. The dark forces of autumn and winter are defeated. Light now triumphs over darkness. The cold and dark of winter are no more. Daytime is longer than nighttime. The light of the world is here. However, when it passes over the equator, heading south again, this is why they have their Passover at a different time, again, in the sign of Libra around September 22nd. It gives us autumn and winter in the northern hemisphere. Nights are now longer than days. It becomes increasingly darker. Cold and deadly darkness have conquered the light. Now nothing grows. In fact, things die off. Only the strong and prudent survived winter in ancient times. And again, you should keep in mind that this many of these stories are all being developed in the northern hemisphere. This is where they're getting many of the most recent developed stories are coming from the north. So this is why it's described in this way. Here we go. I went to this, I found this nice article. You can see at the top exactly where I got it from if you would like to print it off or get it yourself. It's what is Passover? The Jewish holiday of Passover in Hebrew, Pesach, commemorates the exodus of the Jews from slavery in Egypt. The holiday originated in the Torah, where the word Pesach refers to the ancient Passover sacrifice known as the Paschal Lamb. We talked about that last week. It is also said to refer to the idea that God passed over Pesach, the houses of the Jews during the 10th plague on the Egyptians, the slaying of the firstborn. The holiday is ultimately a celebration of freedom, and the story of the Exodus from Egypt is a powerful metaphor that is appreciated not only by Jews, but by people of other faiths as well, including hip-hoppers. Let me just go back real quick right here. Again, it talked about God passing over the houses. We learned last week that each of these points in astrology, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, all of these are called houses. Just so you know. It's important to take the knowledge that you learn from other places too, in order to get a much broader view of that which you're really dealing with. And this is why we say, clearly there's more that we need to know. The Passover Seder is a feast held on the first night of Passover that marks the beginning of the holiday. Some Jewish diasporas also hold a Seder on the second night of the holiday. Passover is observed for 7 days in Israel and 8 days in the diaspora. Diaspora is pretty much everywhere else, or spread out in other areas. The main event of the Passover holiday is the Seder, literally order. So Seder means order. A festive meal in which the Haggadah, I know I'm probably tearing that up, forgive me, the book of Exodus and related writings is recited in a set order. During the entire duration of the holiday, it is forbidden to eat leavened food products, such as bread, pasta, etc. The reason for this is that the Jewish tradition states that in their haste to escape from Egypt, the Jews did not have enough time to wait for bread to rise. Instead, they ate matzah, unleavened bread. Part of the Passover Seder includes hiding the afikomen, half of a matzah that is kept between two other matzahs during the Seder and later hidden. Children search for the afikomen and usually receive a prize for finding it. Now that looks awfully close to Africa, but we'll just skip over that. But again, notice the tradition here. Just like looking for Easter eggs, they don't celebrate Easter, they celebrate this, and they have a search themselves. A fecal man or a fickle man. Passover, or Pesach in Hebrew, is one of the Jewish religion's most sacred and widely observed holidays. This is actually, right, we've gone to another website here. This is on history.com. We always like to get more than one source and try to make sure that it seems correct, because otherwise you literally have to go to an actual scholar of this, of Judaism. But as we all know, very likely they would not stand for this being on history.com if it wasn't accurate. So this is why we're at history.com. Passover, or Pesach in Hebrew, is one of the Jewish religion's most sacred and widely observed holidays. In Judaism, Passover commemorates the story of the Israelites' departure from ancient Egypt, which appears in the Hebrew Bible's books of Exodus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, among other texts. Jews observe the week-long festival with a number of important rituals, including a traditional Passover meal known as a Seder, the removal of leavened products from their home, the substitution of matzah for bread, and the retelling of the Exodus tale. I'm sorry, I'm thinking as I'm reading this, because just to point out, you see how you get some information in this, and you get some information in that, and then you can put them together and really understand what this is saying, even when they leave something out that, or at least doesn't fully explain that which you're reading. Passover 2020 will be from sundown on March 27, 2021, sundown, because that's when they start their days. It's sundowns. They follow a different calendar. You should know that as well. and literally have separated the day into a different time. They're not going by the 24-hour clock per se, starting their days at midnight like we do. It goes from March 27, 2021 to sundown on April 4th, 2021. The date of Passover changes each year because the date is not set by the Gregorian calendar. Again, they don't follow the same calendar, but by the lunar-based Hebrew calendar. It always occurs during the Hebrew month of Nisan. We talked about that last week as well. According to the Hebrew Bible, Jewish settlement in ancient Egypt first occurs when Joseph, a son of the patriarch Jacob and founder of one of the 12 tribes of Israel, moves his family there during a severe famine in their homeland of Canaan. Again, we spoke again. These stories are always, when dealing with this, there's always a famine. There's always a problem with the farming. That something happens to where people don't have the food. And you have to know that they didn't, or at least I don't believe, they didn't have factories of cattle and pigs and chicken like we do. They didn't treat the animals necessarily like that. Their main source of food was vegetation and things that they could grow. For many years, the Israelites lived in harmony in the province of Goshen, but as their population grows, the Egyptians begin to see them as a threat. After the death of Joseph and his brothers, the story goes, a particularly hostile Pharaoh orders their enslavement and the systematic drowning of their firstborn sons in the Nile. Another thing to be pointed out real quick, there's no historical evidence of this. And also, they don't even, or the reason why they just say Pharaoh is because they don't have a name for this Pharaoh. And then the Egyptians, as we know it, kept immaculate records. And there's no record of them seeing these other people as threats, just so you know. One of these doomed infants is rescued by the Pharaoh's daughter, given the name Moses, meaning one who is pulled out, and adopted into the Egyptian royal family. When he reaches adulthood, Moses becomes aware of his true identity and the Egyptians' brutal treatment of his fellow Hebrews. He kills an Egyptian slave master and escapes to the Sinai Peninsula, where he lives as a humble shepherd for 40 years. Again, you'll see this repeat as well too, 40 years. As we know, obviously, like the 40 days and 40 nights of Jesus fasting, and it's a repeated thing. Why are these things repeated? What is it about the 40? The Temple of Hip Hop is going to go into that. One day, however, Moses receives a command from God to return to Egypt and free his kin from bondage, according to the Hebrew Bible. Along with his brother Aaron, Moses approaches the reigning Pharaoh, who is unnamed in the biblical version of the story, right? Several times, explaining that the Hebrew God has requested a 3-day leave for his people so that they may celebrate a feast in the wilderness. When the Pharaoh refuses, God unleashes 10 plagues on the Egyptians, including turning the Nile River red with blood, diseased livestock, boils, hailstorms, and 3 days of darkness, culminating in the slaying of every firstborn son by an avenging angel. So apparently, again, if you've been studying with this, somebody from England, now I'm just playing with y'all, but you know what I'm saying. The Israelites, however, marked the door frames of their homes with lamb's blood so that the angel of death will recognize and pass over each Jewish household. Again, this is the importance, or this is the Passover that they're saying is where it's from. Again, the Israelites, however, marked the door frames of their homes with lamb's blood so that the angel of death will recognize and pass over each Jewish household. So, and this is crazy, because think about it. So you do that for your household, so it passes over your household, but the Egyptians it doesn't speak about giving them a warning. Character. Terrified of further punishment, the Egyptians convinced their ruler to release the Israelites. And Moses, and so imagine also, I'm sorry, but real quick, so imagine the angel of death, what they were trying to stop was, no, actually, you know what? Never mind. Let me go. Terrified of further punishment, the Egyptians convinced their ruler to release the Israelites, and Moses quickly leads them out of Egypt. The Pharaoh changes his mind, however, and sends his soldiers to retrieve the former slaves. As the Egyptian army approaches the fleeing Jews at the edge of the Red Sea, a miracle occurs. God causes the sea to part, allowing Moses and his followers to cross safely, then closes the passage and drowns the Egyptians. Now again, that can sound far-fetched, but we or those who study spiritual knowledge, we understand that story. We understand the faith that you need in order to escape oppression, and also the things do happen that make it or make your way and get you to where you need to be in the face of craziness. We understand that. According to the Hebrew Bible, the Jews, now numbering in the hundreds of thousands, then trekked through the Sinai desert for 40 tumultuous years. You heard the 40 before. 40 again. We'll get to why that's a little crazy a little bit later. Before finally reaching their ancestral home in Canaan, later known as the land of Israel. For centuries, scholars have been debating the details and historical merit of the events commemorated during the Passover holiday. Despite numerous attempts, historians and archaeologists have failed to corroborate the tale of the Jews' enslavement and mass exodus from Egypt. Again, if the Jews are united, so if that was not true, they'd be all over this. There's something about this here that really, for them, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. They're united in their thoughts. And I would almost even say they're not sharing their thoughts with you. So what you think you know about their thoughts, very likely, unless you, if it's anything like Christianity, unless you're in the priesthood, you really don't really know. Although the ancient Egyptians kept thorough records, no mention is made of an Israelite community within their midst or any calamities resembling the 10 biblical plagues. Because again, right, they had the blood on the Jewish people's doorstep. Everybody else suffered, but there's no record of this whatsoever. There's no evidence of large encampments in the Sinai Peninsula, the fabled site of the Jews wandering, or any sudden fluctuation in Israel's archaeological record that would indicate the departure and return of a large population. Now, they tell us, you should just believe this because this is God's word. So just believe it. And those of us that believe, see, it's like we're being taken advantage because of our belief in God itself. We can feel God. And so being born for the first time and being told about this God that you're having an experience and then being handed something and saying, this is the word of God, God's actual word. You with it. I was with it. I know a lot of people are with it. But again, growing up using critical thinking, watching the character of those who propose to have this as their legacy, that's when you start to wonder and start to ask a couple more questions. And also because of the way it's being taught, again, it's like, I think it's Charleston Heston, his 10 Commandments really makes us like, wait a minute. So dude is in Egypt or in the Middle East and in Egypt, and he's not black? That doesn't make no sense, especially way back then. Critical thinking. This right here. Brother, you can blame Minister Pascal for this one. You found this, this is something that a lot of people, I'm sure many of you have seen this. Wandered in the desert for 40 years. Moses, the worst navigator ever. You would think. Because again, it shows you right there, they circled it. The time it takes to walk it will be 6 days. And so you figure, even if they went the wrong direction once, you can't imagine how, or they say it's something like 600,000 men is reported. This is not including the women and the children, which make it an enormous number of people that supposedly made this trek. You can't tell me nobody's a navigator. Or nobody knows direction. Nobody knows how to use the stars and point towards, again, it's saying that they went back to the land that they came from. Nobody remembers where their foreign land was. Nobody was traveling back and forth, even to try to bring back some food to some of the people that were left. This is the blind faith that people are being asked to believe, and it's not just in Judaism. It keeps traveling. It goes into Christianity. It goes into Islam. They're all saying, they're all agreeing with that these are the prophets. These names, these places, or some have a little twist of a story here or there, but for the most part, they agree. Now, what's going on? Here we have this book right here. Very interesting book. It's actually, I believe it's by this white lady on the back. Right, I don't know if you can see that. But it's called The Christ Conspiracy, the Greatest Story Ever Sold. And again, it has the sun with the cross in the middle and the zodiac surrounding it. We're going to get into this book. real quick, just to show you the scholarship that people are doing and have done for years. This isn't the first book. You should know that there have been books and books and books, and they reference books and books and books, letting you know that no, for a very long time, this debate or to have or the knowledge of what this was is not it doesn't add up into a figurative story the way that they're pushing it. And again, it takes a very spiritual person, I would say, to then say, okay, it doesn't have to be real. It doesn't have to be historical. I understand what it's saying. I understand it's telling me don't kill my brother. Don't fornicate. Don't try to get with my neighbor's girl. Don't lie. Like, I get it. It is right, and I agree with it. But do I agree? When you really pull it apart and look at it for real, its inconsistencies are too much to ignore. And then for you to say that no, this is God's word unchanged. Let us read. The Bible is history. Furthermore, if we look to the archaeological evidence to support the Old Testament, we will find much less than expected. Although the texts make the Jewish people appear to have been a force to be reckoned with in the region, there is no evidence of grand buildings, navies, or militaries of the Jews. In fact, during the centuries prior to the Christian era, the Greeks barely noticed the Jews, and the famous historian Herodotus could not find the great kingdom of Judah. Solomon, whose magnificent empire was invisible to Herodotus when searching for kingdoms in Judea. As Hazelrig relates, where is the empire of Solomon the Magnificent? Is it not noticed by Herodotus, Plato, and Diodorus Siculus? It is a most extraordinary fact that the Jewish nation over whom the mighty Solomon had reigned in all his glory and magnificence, scarcely equaled by the greatest monarchs, spending nearly 8,000 millions of gold on a temple, was overlooked by the historian Herodotus, writing of Egypt on one side and of Babylon on the other, visiting both places, and of course, almost necessarily passing within a few miles of the splendid capital of the national Jerusalem. How can this be accounted for? Suleiman was a Persian title equivalent to Suleiman was a Persian title equivalent to the Greek Aeolus and meant universal emperor. Like Pharaoh, it was not a name, but a designation of rank. The Jews, aiming at universal empire, feigned that one of their kings bare this name. And it was with this petty pilfered thing, for in a little place like Judea, he could be no other, that the mighty Suleimans of the Orient are confounded alike by the civilized European and the ignorant Bedouin. King, the book of God. One need not search very diligently in order to find similar disparities between biblical statement and the inferences of historical evidence. The dearth of evidence for such an empire was noticed at least 2,000 years ago. Again, I'm saying, this is not new knowledge. This has already been dealt with. But again, this shows you, hip-hop, pay attention. Pay attention. This shows you what being on the same page can do. This shows you what being unified in thought can do. They saying this? Yeah, they saying that. They saying this? They saying that. I believe we're going this way. Or this way. And that's where we're going. this is essentially, I would say, what they did from what I'm reading from other scholars. Okay, and eventually provoked the Jewish historian Josephus to write the Antiquities of the Jews. This is a real book you can get, to demonstrate that the Hebrew culture was very old. While the Hebrew culture may have been old, the nation of Israel, in fact, was not a great empire, but a group of warring desert tribes with grandiose stories borrowed from other cultures. Out of this fertile imagination and opportunism came an even more grandiose tale to end all tales, the Christian myth. The myth of Hebrew monotheism. As demonstrated, the historical and archaeological record fails to prove any evidence whatsoever that the New Testament story is true, nor does it bear out important Old Testament tales such that the religion Christianity is purportedly based on is unsubstantiated as well. In fact, the very notion of the monotheistic Hebrew God, as allegedly depicted in the Old Testament, who could produce a son, is baseless. It is a common belief that the Hebrew people, beginning with Moses, were monotheists, whose one God, Yahweh, was the only true God, as revealed exclusively to Hebrew prophets. These original monotheists, it is believed, were superior to and had the right to destroy the polytheistic cultures around them by killing their people and stealing their towns, booty and virgin girls, which of course you know they added the booty and the virgin girls, which was God's chosen, are recorded as doing throughout the Old Testament. Who was that? Who was the polytheistic cultures? Who do you think that was? Where were they? What gods were around? Continuing. This monotheist versus polytheist scenario is the common perception, but it is incorrect, as the Hebrews were latecomers to the idea of monotheism and were originally themselves polytheists. In actuality, the Hebrews were by no means the originators of the concept of monotheism, as the Egyptians, for one, had the one God at least 1,000 years before purported time of Moses by Orthodox dating. As Wheelis says, this, finally, in very late evolved monotheism, is neither a tardy divine revelation to the Jews nor a novel invention by them. It was 1,000 years antedated by Amenhotep the fourth, Amenhotep, and Tutankhamen in Egypt. May the congregation say amen, or amen. Nor were even they pioneers. We have seen the Catholic admission that I always mess this. Zoroastrian Mithra religion was a divinely revealed monotheism. Again, even with that Mithra, you have that Ra in there at the end. I just want to put that in the back of your mind of a lot of these guys. You'll find that RA sitting around there somewhere. The monotheism of Persian religion, of Zoroastrianism, in fact, is virtually identical to that of Judaism or Yahwism, which is in part an offshoot of Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism. Oh, no doubt, right. Asta, Aset, Isis. Thank you, my brother. Right. So let's bring it all together. Ormuzd said says to Zoroaster in the Bound to Heshk, I am he who holds the star-spangled heaven and ethereal space, who makes this sphere, which once was buried in darkness, a flood of light. Interesting. Through me, the earth became a world firm and lasting, the earth on which walks the Lord of the world. I am he who makes the light of the sun, moon, and stars pierce the clouds. I make the corn seed, which perishing in the ground sprouts anew. I created man, whose eye is light, whose life is the breath of his nostrils. I placed within him life's unextinguishable power. Prior to the intrusion of the monotheistic Yahwism, the Hebrews were not monotheists separate and apart from their polytheistic Gentile neighbors, either before or after Moses. This Hebrew polytheism is why in the Old Testament the chosen are constantly depicted as going after other gods, and why the Lord God himself changes from hero to hero, king to king, and book to book. As to the polytheism of the Hebrews and the supposed superiority of monotheism, Robertson says, there is overwhelming testimony to the boundless polytheism of the mass of people, even in Jerusalem, the special seat of Yahweh, just before the captivity. Monotheism did not really gain a hold in the sacred city until a long series of political pressures and convulsions had built up a special fanaticism for one cult. Monotheism of this type is in any case morally lower than polytheism, since those who held it lacked sympathy for their neighbors. So right, here we go. Bring me up. Teacher spoke about this earlier. Again, what really causes these things to get broken down is the fact that you're not living out your principles. You're not treating people like your spiritual text or agreement says you would. And this leaves you open for all types of attacks. And for people to come in and say, nah, you're not following that. So then, if you're not following that, and you're saying that's real, then that's not real. This is real. And we're following this. But again, they can say that without any evidence. because they're coming on the scene. But again, it's used. It's a political move in order to change what's going on. You walk up to somebody and say, listen, does this hip-hopper seem like a hip-hopper to you? Like, no, he was just talking this the other day. He was just doing this. I saw him or whatever. He walked right by this dude who needed help. He didn't help. That. Most of the Jewish kings were polytheists. What I am concerned to challenge is the assumption, due to the influence of Christianity, that Jewish monotheism is essentially higher than polytheism and constitutes a great advance in the progress of religion. If the mere affirmation of a supreme creator God is taken to be a mark of superiority, certain primitive tribes who hold this doctrine and yet practice human sacrifice must be considered to have a higher religion than the late Greeks and Romans. Because that's what they was doing. The Hebrew polytheism is reflected in the various biblical names for God, the oldest of which were the plural form Elohim, Baalim, and Adonai, representing both male and female deities together. In order to make the Hebrews appear monotheistic, the biblical writers and translators obfuscated these various terms and translated them as a singular God, Elohim, and the Lord, Adonai, the Lord God, Elohim, Yahweh, and the Lord, Yahweh, or Eu, as Higgins states. In the original, God is called by a variety of names, often the same as that which the heathens gave to their gods. And remember that who the heathens are. The heathens are just pretty much anyone who doesn't believe in their religion. To disguise this, the translators have availed themselves of a contrivance adopted by the Jews in rendering the Hebrew into Greek, which is to render the god Eu, or actually no, that's Yahweh. I'm reading it in American English, because the I is pronounced Y, and the U is a V sound, or no, a W. Right. This is where we talked about double V. This is where W comes into existence. So here, the word Yahweh and several other names by which God is called in the Bible by the word Lord. The fact of the names of God being disguised in all translations tends to prove that no dependence can be placed on any of them. The fact shows very clearly the temper or state of mind which the translators have undertaken their task. God is called by several names. How is the reader of a translation to discover this if he find them all rendered by one name? He is evidently deceived. It is no justification of a translator to say it is of little consequence, little or great. He has no right to exercise any discretion of this kind. When he finds God called Adonai, he has no business to call him Jehovah or Elohim. The fact that Abraham worshipped several gods. Again, TEACHA had pointed out earlier that Abraham was on his Babylonian. This is what's known. You got to do a little scholarship into finding out what this is. You'll find exactly what this is, and you'll also see, if you really read it, you'll see all these names of different gods. To whereas even, or quote, Stu says, don't worship any other gods besides me. Wait, how is there other gods if you're the only God? Okay. He is evidently deceived. It is no justification of a translator to say that it is of little consequence, little or great. He has no right to exercise any discretion of this kind. When he finds God called Adonai, he has no business to call him Jehovah or Elohim. The fact that Abraham worshipped several gods who were in reality the same as those of the Persians, namely the creator, preserver, and the destroyer, has been long asserted, and the assertion has been very unpalatable, both to Jews and many Christians, and to obviate or disguise what they could not account for. They have had recourse in numerous instances to the mistranslation of the original. Now, right, I wanted to go to this bad boy right here real quick. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it up, but for those who did order, some people said that they were ordering it. It's the Orthodox Jewish Bible. I can't verify totally, but this is supposed to be the correct names and where they fit. And now, again, as it states, Elohim is gods, plural. G, capital G, O-D, S. Now, in this, it somehow they've come up with, well, no, if it's capital, It just means one God. And if it's plural, it's lowercase, Elohim. Now, if that doesn't sound like somebody trying to pull the wool or the lamb's wool over your eyes, I don't know what is. Because again, there's only one instance for that, and this is in Elohim. And it starts, it reads, Parashas Bereshis, which is the Hebrew for Genesis, or Bereshish, or Bereshis. In the beginning, Elohim created Hashemayim, the heavens, Himmel, and Haaretz, the earth. And the earth was tohu vavohu, without form and void. And darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Ruach Elohim was hovering above the face of the waters. And Elohim said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was tov, or good. And Elohim divided the or, light, from the Trosek, darkness, and Elohim called the light Yom, day, and the darkness he called Layla, night, and the Erev, evening, and the Boker, morning, and Yom Akkad, day 1, the first day. And Elohim said, "Let there be Rakai, expanse, stone, firmament, in the midst of the Mayim, waters, and let it divide the Mayim from the Mayim," or essentially dividing the waters. Really, the primordial waters are really this air. in reality, this water and water. And Elohim made the Rakai and divided the waters under the Rakai from the waters which were above the Rakai. And it was so. Now, again, or whatever, for those who know their Egyptology and this, that, and the third, the primordial waters of noon, from which everything is supposed to come down, very similar. And Elohim, right, I'm really trying to find, I know where it is. Okay, here it is. Now, I'm gonna jump to 26. Everybody's normally familiar with 26. It says, "And God said, let us make man in our tzelem, after our demut, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea." Now, who's our and who's us? Again, and all of a sudden it is, and right there, I should have put this up. Maybe I'll bring it up real quick next week or something. But it shows you all of a sudden the Elohim disappear once we get to that. It doesn't say Elohim said, but it is Elohim. It's God's. So what are we studying? There's a question. What do we have? What's our book? And they're just picking and choosing, saying, no, it doesn't fit the story. But again, I can imagine that they're like, we know what it is. And if you're not us, we don't care if you don't know. You're not supposed to know. This is for us. This is our secret knowledge and our sacred story. That's for us. So in order to protect it, you're not willing to learn our language. You're not really willing to really embrace the culture like that. You won't know what we're talking about. Same thing really goes with hip hop. You're not really into this. You're not practicing any of the elements. You won't really know what we're describing. And you really can't benefit from hip hop. Oh, excuse me 1 second while I take a little sip. I left my sip, didn't I? Did I? Over here? No, not here. No, right there. No. Let's go. No. Well, actually, no. You know what? Hold on. See, I have a very enormous bottle of Fiji that I was trying to avoid putting on camera. So I added a smaller bottle, but it's all good. Keep it real for the people. Okay. The biblical writers. Although, what's my time right now? 10:03. 10:03, okay. The biblical writers, although many people still believe that the Bible is a monolithic product of the Almighty himself, infallibly recorded by the authors purported, the reality is that Moses did not write the Pentateuch, or first 5 books. This is what they say that Moses wrote. And that the other Old Testament texts are, like those of the New Testament, pseudepigraphical, i.e. not written by those in whose names they appear. Also like the New Testament, over the centuries, the various texts of the Old Testament were redacted many times, which is a polite way of saying they were interpolated, mutilated, and forged. As Wheeler says of the Old Testament, it may be stated with assurance that not one of them bears the name of its true author, that every one of them is a composite work of many hands, interpolated, the most anachronistic and contradictory matters into the original writings, and often reciting as accomplished facts things which occurred many centuries after the time of the supposed writer. The Pentateuch, for example, had at least 4 authors or schools of writers. Even though they are of different authors, these separate segments, some of which were written centuries apart, were interwoven in a confusing yet clever manner. The oldest section of these books is called E, for Elois, or Elois, so named because the writer mostly uses the word Elohim for God, although it should be rendered gods. The next section is the Yahwist, or Jawis, or J account, wherein God is called Yahweh, designated by the Tetragrammaton, YHWH. The major portion of the Pentateuch was created by P for priestly, who refers to God mostly as Elohim and less often as Yahweh. The next discernible influence is D, the Deuteronomists, who apparently cobbled together J and E along with the laws of Deuteronomy, then wrote the history books that follow, including Joshua, Judges, 1st and 2nd Samuel, and 1st and 2nd Kings. The Deuteronomist is fanatically Yahwist and writes his histories of the kings from a biased perspective, judging their reigns based on whether or not they had done right in the sight of Yahweh. Finally, someone or a school called by scholars the redactor are possibly the author of Ezra, that Ra again, pulled together the various works during or after the Babylonian captivity of 586 through 538 before Common Era. These various texts and their authors represent different schools of thoughts and influences, as well as competing priesthoods, explaining why the harried folk of the Levant were constantly falling out of favor with their gods. The Elohist stories are often silly and nonsensical when taken literally, because they actually represent the mythologies of a variety of cultures, from Canaan, Phoenicia, to Egypt, Persia, and India. The Yahwist, who portrays some of the same anthropomorphic myths as E, is, of course, very concerned with the jealous God, Yahweh, as opposed to the various Elohim. P dispenses with the tall tales and portrays his Elohim, now a unified entity, as very cosmic and impersonal. Rather than walking about in the Garden of Eden, for example, D and R are, of course, Yahwist. As stated, in order to represent the polytheistic Hebrews as monotheists, the biblical writers mutilated texts and reinterpreted history, while the translators used the trick of rendering these many gods and goddesses as the singular God. Lord or Lord, for example, the word Yahweh or the word YHWH, transliterated as Jehovah or Yehovah, appears over 6,700 times in each of the Darby and Young's literal YLT translations, while it is used only 4 times in the King James Version, and not once in most modern versions, such as the RSV and NIV. Of these versions, only the Darby retains the word Elohim for gods, and this word almost always is accompanied by Jehovah, even though the Lord God was not Yahweh until the time of Moses. In this way, translators have given the appearance of uniformity where there was none. Uh-oh, am I running out of battery? Too much energy, yeah. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go to a quick video real quick. And we'll be right back.
The events of the Exodus appear in every history book that I've ever read. They don't agree on the date. They can be from 1500 BC to 1200 BC. But the only actual evidence of the Exodus is in the Torah, or the Bible. And there are several books dedicated to it, Exodus and Numbers being the most important. And they're the only evidence to show that this event ever happened. If it is a historical, archaeological event, it should be very easy to prove. Unfortunately, we've had archaeologists digging up the entire Middle East for the last 200 years, and what they found is very sparse to prove that this actually happened. I know you are not able to prove a negative, but the lack of evidence for Exodus seems to prove that maybe it didn't happen after all. The most important part of the story is the 400 years of slavery that the Hebrews did in Egypt. According to the book of Numbers, there are 603,000 Hebrew males leaving Egypt for the Exodus, which, if you expand to women and children, can be anywhere from 2 to 6 million people. The population of Egypt at around 1200 to 1500 BC was around 7 million people. So that means that this would be a large chunk of the population. Anywhere between 25 and 75% of the population of Egypt was picking up and leaving. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any evidence of Hebrew slaves in Egypt. There is no evidence of anyone buying one. There's no evidence of anyone selling one. There's no evidence of anyone bragging about tomb walls of how many they own. So if you're looking for the Hebrews in Egypt, you're not going to find them. The next problem with finding evidence for Exodus is the 10th plague. There have been many scientists who have tried to show you how any of the plagues could have happened naturally, locusts, frogs, all that stuff. But the 10th plague is something entirely different. According to Exodus 11:4-6, the 10th plague is a devastation that happened to Egypt. The angel of death came into Egypt and literally killed all the firstborn children in the land of Egypt. And it wasn't just humans, it was all of the firstborn children. This was dramatic in the Ten Commandments movie, but it doesn't seem to have dedicated any writing to. There is no mass graves, there is no mass deaths, there is no people writing about this at all. It's as if it never happened. The events of the 10th plague happened in the world today, there would be a huge outcry. The media would be everywhere. People would be lamenting it all over. And this doesn't seem to have happened in Egypt, which is strange, considering what would happen if it happened now. The next evidence is the Sinai Desert itself. The Sinai Desert is very, very dry. It hasn't rained there in about 11,000 years. They can tell where Bedouins have camped overnight thousands of years ago or hundreds of years ago. So if 2 million people were going through the Sinai, there would be evidence that they would have left behind. The first would be the most simple ones. There would be latrines, there would be dead bodies, there would be dead animals, there would be kitchens. There would be things that normal people would do on the way there. There doesn't seem to be any evidence that 2 million people, or even 200,000 people, or even 2,000 people had gone through the desert in this way. There is no latrines, there is no kitchens, there is no dead bodies. If 2 million people had gone through Sinai, that would be double the population of Rome at its height. Rome at its height, population was about 1 million people. So this would be double the population of Rome traveling through an arid desert and leaving no evidence that they had done so. The next evidence to show that Exodus didn't happen is the Egyptian occupation of Canaan. If you look at a map, Canaan is now where modern-day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria are. And Egypt occupied these lands from around 2000 BC to around 1150 BC. And they did this strategically because all of the invasions of Egypt came from this way. So if they had their troops out in front of them, they would see this coming, or that they could repel them. So Canaan and those areas were occupied by Egypt. When the Exodus is over and they've gone back through the desert and they've done their 40 years, they go back into Canaan and they genocide everyone there and take over their land. What the writers were unaware of is that when they left Egypt, they actually landed back in Egypt. And we know that Egypt was occupying this lands because of the El Amarna tablets that we've found that show that from Amenhotep III and Amenhotep IV, which became Akhenaten, that Egypt occupied these lands. Also, the great pharaohs of Ramses, Merneptah, and even Ramses III came into these lands to reoccupy them and to reestablish order. The Ramses III was the last great pharaoh to do this, and that was 1150 BC. So all the events of Exodus had to have taken place after 1150 BC. And that is just not possible with the chronological events that happen within the Bible, because David appears at about 1000 BC. Next is the Merneptah Stela. The Merneptah Stela is a bragging of the pharaoh Merneptah about his invasion to reestablish order in the province of Canaan. We can date this to about 1207 BC. Merneptah was the son of Ramses the Great, or Ramses the Second, and he has a whole wall bragging about his invasion of Canaan and what he did. It is also the first time in history that the Israelites are mentioned. But they're not mentioned as a people, they're not mentioned as a city-state. They're mentioned as a tribe, and he wiped them out. And that's it, that's all it says. Which is kind of funny because this event is not mentioned in the Bible. So it's a historical event for the Egyptians, but it doesn't seem to have appeared in the Bible. And it also makes it sound as if the tribe of Israel were bandits and they were messing with the Egyptian trade routes. So he just wiped them out. If the Bible or the Torah was written by Moses, it was written in a language that hadn't existed yet. The Bible or the Torah was supposedly written by Moses in 1400 BC. The problem is that we don't have Hebrew is not that old. The first existence of Hebrew is the real Hebrew that we have now is dated back to about 700 to 800 BC. Paleo-Hebrew, which is a little bit older than that, can go back to about 1000 BC, which is about the time of David and Solomon. So the Torah is written in a language that hadn't been written down yet, or he hadn't even evolved yet. So the story is definitely told after the events happen. Finally, there is the problem with Moses. Many people have been searching for him throughout history. He's mentioned in all the timelines, he's mentioned in all the history books. The problem is he doesn't seem to exist. Archaeologists, or the people who support the biblical story, can support this because the Egyptians have a problem with trying to erase history. The problem with that is when you erase history from stone, you leave evidence. There are many examples of pharaohs trying to erase history, but the problem is they hack the writing, they hack the stone. They can't really replace it with anything. So there is evidence to show what was hacked and why it's gone. There doesn't seem to be any Moses or Exodus hackings in all of Egypt. So it's kind of hard to show where Moses is and how historical he was. So there doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence to support the Torah biblical story for Exodus, which leaves me to believe that Exodus didn't happen.
Okay, welcome back. I'm going to try my best not to keep you too much long. I know you guys have things to do, especially coming up this week. I'll read a little bit of this. I skipped ahead a little bit because, again, you should get the book. I do plan on in the future actually holding, whether it be something on Patreon or something, or maybe not even Patreon, but just something more private, so that we can actually just read through this, or maybe make a presentation and have videos of which you can download this, put on your phone, listen to it, get it if you really want this knowledge. But again, remember the point of even hearing this view. And again, I'll say it like that. I'm not saying that this is the exact truth. These are just arguments as to that which we currently have, which is very much affecting our reality that we live in today, and holding, I would say, a lot of hip-hoppers back from getting to where they need to be, whether it be intellectually, knowledgeably, that know or should get this right, because again, I have a strong feeling that, or those that really know, are laughing at us, at the fact that this is getting off and has been getting off. And why would you give it up if it's been working for so long? And again, we could take a lot of notes for the fact of we know We know who wrote this. We know where this comes from. As a matter of fact, you can ask him a question about it in person or online. You can actually ask and get answers about what's in this book. Everybody is secondhand with all this other stuff. And again, that's the only thing we know. You hear the knocks. That's the only thing we know really to be true as hip hoppers. Get this correct. We could go through everything. We're not going to because that's ridiculous. But we could. And you would find that, right, everything seems to not really be what it is. But you know what is what it is? Breaking, MCing, graffiti art, DJ, beatbox, street fashion, street language, street knowledge, and street entrepreneurialism. Peace, love, unity, and joy. Health, love, awareness, and wealth. That's for sure. Real quick. Moses, the Exodus, the Ten Commandments. The legend of Moses, rather than being that of a historical Hebrew lawgiver, is found from the Mediterranean to India. The same story is found from the Mediterranean to India, with the character having different names and races, depending on the locale. Manu is the Indian legislator. Nemo, the lawgiver, who brought down the tablets from the mountain of God, hails from Babylon. Mises is found in Syria. Remember how I told you about before in past teachings how these vowels a lot of times are interchangeable. This goes with names. This goes with words. Keep it out. Mises is found in Syria, where he was pulled out of a basket floating in a river. Mises also had tablets of stone upon which laws were written, and a rod with which he did miracles, including parting waters and leading his army across the sea. In addition, Manes, the lawgiver, took the stage in Egypt, and Minos was the Cretan reformer. Jacaliot traces the original Moses to the Indian Manu. This name of Manu or Manes is not a substantive, applying to an individual man. Its Sanskrit signification is the man par excellence, the legislator. It is a title aspired to by all the leaders of men in antiquity, kind of like Christ. Like Moses, Krishna was placed by his mother in a reed boat and set adrift in a river to be discovered by another woman. The Akkadian Sargon also was placed in a reed basket and set adrift to save his life. In fact, the name Moses is Egyptian and comes from Mo, the Egyptian word for water, and meaning saved from water. Right. Uses, meaning saved from water. In this case, primordial. Remember, we talked about that literally earlier. Thus the title, and also know that this information cannot be refuted. You can look this up right now. Could be applied to any of these various heroes saved from the water. Walker elaborates on the Moses myth. The Moses tale was originally that of an Egyptian hero, Harakiti, the reborn son of God of Canopus, whose life story was copied by biblical scholars. The same story was told of the sun hero followed by Apollo. Shout out to Apollo Parks. Get the album. On the Virgin, Krusa of Sargon, king of Akkad, in 2000 242 BC, and of the mythological twin founders of Rome, among many other baby heroes set adrift in rush baskets. It was a common theme. Again, you have to realize these stories that a lot of this is a remix. It's just a remix. As teachers said, who knows? It may just be being given to a new people and make it yours. If you can get out of it what you're supposed to get out of it, if this makes you a better person, this stops you from lying, killing, shooting, cheating, and stealing, whatever it's called, please believe it. Furthermore, Moses' rod is a magical astrology stick used by a number of other mythical characters. Of Moses' miracle exploits, Walker also relates Moses' flowering rod, river of blood, and tablets of the law were all symbols of the ancient goddess. His miracle of drawing water from a rock was first performed by Mother Rhea. After she gave birth to Zeus. Remember, Zeus Amon or Amen. Black God, too. And by Atalanta, with the help of Artemis. His miracle of drying up the waters to travel dry shod was earlier performed by Isis or Hathor on her way to Byblos. And you know what? That's all I'm going to do for now. Again, you can get this book right off Amazon. You can order it, or really wherever you get books. You can order this book, The Christ Conspiracy, The Greatest Story Ever Told, by Akira S. And again, you must know, like this being there are hundreds of books. You'll see when you look up this one book, all the related books that come with it, and find out very likely where she did her research, but you can do your research too. You have Google, aka the Pocket University. It's right at your fingertips right now. You just have to want to know. And TEACHA actually talks about this, where it's the character of the one holding the phone and doing the search is what really matters as to what you actually get off of that device. So here we are. Join me back at the podium real quick. We'll get ready to put this out. Unfortunately, I didn't get to this, but this is another good book that you could get. It's The Myth of Genesis and Exodus and the Exclusion of Their African Origins, The Black Man's Religion, Volume 2, by Yosef A. Ben-Yakin. Brilliant book. Again, it's literally has the same correlating information, a little bit smaller, so you get through this bad boy. My bad, I keep looking at the monitor. You see me teach? But yes, and I wanted to bring our ancestor. Well, I just did. I hope he's proud. Actually, well, I hope all of you are proud. I hope God's proud. This is what we're doing. If you want to, and you have your gospel, you can turn with me to page 292. We're in the inner city at paragraph 54. I'll give you a second to get there while I sip on some of this mug. Oh, donations. No. Right. Throw it up on the screen real quick. People have asked, have sent emails. They want to know where they can send anything, whether it be the $100 of dues or whether it be a donation that they just want to send to help out with everything. It's right there. We collected through PayPal. That's going to change. Our sister Ambitious just put up a crazy article explaining how the IRS is getting ready to track everything online. So again, we never wanted to really take anything online anyway. But this is a situation where as we get more organized, we will all come to an agreement how we move forward and how we can contribute financially if that's what we want to do. But again, we're not asking for it. We're presenting it as you can. If the Spirit so moves you, then there it is. Actually, I'm going to go back one page real quick because I just like what that says. Right. Let's go to paragraph 53. Take courage in this overstanding and allow it to strengthen you. It is the truth. Those who walk in righteousness and in love speak with care, fight against oppression and corruption, cannot be bought or tempted, hear no gossip or schemes of evil, and seek not to cause conflict and war, are blessed beyond blessings. They are guided, fed, clothed, taught, promoted, advertised, and protected by truly divine forces. This is why the world doesn't work for you. I'm reading this because I feel as though some of you out there need this right now. And so the Spirit moved me to this in accordance with what TEACHA delivered earlier. This is why the world doesn't work for you. This is why the world doesn't validate you and why you cannot seem to succeed in conventional styles of living. You are simply not of the world. Your home is the inner city. And your frustrations come from you wanting the pleasures, securities, and validations of the world as a human being. Yet, you are clearly a spirit being operating in a habitual spiritual reality, but in the material world. I'm going to say that one more time. Try to understand what's being said. You are clearly a spirit being operating in a habitual spirit reality, but in the material world. The issue is that you must finally decide to make up your mind. You must actually make up your mind. For it is you, the Spirit, that makes up your mind. And the mind then goes on to create the physical body and life circumstances. This is so important. From spirit to mind to actual life. The question is, are you going to live and be moved by your inner city reality? Or are you going to live and be moved by your outer city environment? Which has more value to you? Which one brings you peace? At some point in your training, you must finally accept the spiritual life and its powers and cease trying to live two lives in two opposing realities. One spiritual, mystical, and the other material, worldly. You should repeat to yourself. You should highlight this or write it down in your prayer book. This is what it is. I am a resident of God's spiritual inner city. I prefer to walk with God in the realm of the spirit. I have freely chosen God over the world. And I am content with my choice. Say all of this to yourself over and over again if it's you. I am content with my free choice. I am content with God's presence. Spiritual awareness is more important to me than the temporary sensations of the world. At some point in your training, you will be surrounded by fearful, desperate, doubtful people, most of which will be your closest associates, even members of your own family. I'm sure that's happening right now. But do not be depressed by this. They are there to help build your strength. Humble yourself and perform listening. This will be one of your greatest challenges. For when you are surrounded by the fears and doubts of others, it means that it is time for you to exercise the faith and principles that govern your life. Often it is your compassion that opens your heart to suffering people. However, you cannot become them because you are not them. Perform listening, knowing that the fearful and the doubtful cannot do what you do, nor can they see what you see. They have not done the work to arrive at your level of spiritual skill. Perform patience. In truth, your random acts of righteousness and love have led you toward the realm of heaven, which we call the inner city. Just don't doubt who you are. Don't give up on yourself. Self-energy life force. Acronology, Minister G.SIMONE. Don't abort the birth of the divine you. Remember, those who are born to comprehend the mysteries of God have no choice in their comprehension. Say that again. Those who are born to comprehend the mysteries of God have no choice in their comprehension. God is in your blood. Even when they do not want to see, they see. Even when they do not want to hear, they hear. Even when they do not want to know, they know. And you must be clear with this. You may be surrounded right now by people who are confident and sure of their fears and doubts, but you cannot make their fears and doubts your fears and doubts. Don't make other people's problems your problems. Always seek to help wherever and whenever you can. But as sure and as confident as they are in their fears and doubts, you must be just as sure and confident in your faith and principles. Others seem to live their lives doing any unrighteous thing they desire, while those who are born for spiritual comprehension and leadership lack the skills for unrighteous living. Those who are born for righteousness will continually fail at unrighteousness. This goes to all our brothers and sisters out there trying to get these drugs off and keep going to jail and never get it. But you can speak with them and they have a very spiritual conversation in their heart. While those who are born for unrighteousness will continually fail at righteousness. We know those too. They want to. They can see the benefit, especially on those who are living it. They can see it. They're like, oh, if I could just have that. but they can't because of who they are. For the righteous have no choice but to be righteous, while the unrighteous limit their decisions to unrighteousness. You cannot try to be righteous. You either are or you are not. Likewise, those who are hip-hop really have no choice in their hip-hop identity. It is simply who they are. Therefore, let us accept ourselves and our gospel. And in doing so, accept the powers that come with the acceptance of ourselves. I know teacher said earlier, nah, it's not, maybe because he's trying to keep it private. But no, when you witness, miracles happen all the time. You carry divine speech with you. To me, that's a superpower to me. Your care for people heals situations, makes things better just by you being there. Superpower to me. It's about your perception of that. No, rays ain't coming out the eyes, but something's coming out the eyes. Something, the spirit coming through the mind is creating a certain type of reality for those really living it. You cannot try to be hip-hop. You either are or you are not. The same principle is applied to spiritual living. You are either of the Spirit or you are not. And again, the free choice is always yours. It was free. Come on, teacher, say that. I got my knowledge for free. Straight up, it's free. And again, the free choice is always yours. God is a privilege, not a right. And again, this gospel for hip-hop is not a new spiritual idea. It is a confirmation of the spiritual ideas hip-hoppers already hold. For the unrighteous are called into the world, while the righteous are called out of the world. You will know if you are called out of the world simply by your failure to succeed in the world. Remember, teacher said God doesn't speak necessarily with words. God speaks through life. You get it? Circumstances. If this isn't working, you do something else. If it is working, you repeat the actions of your success. I'm not the only one paying attention, Pascal. That's right. Listen, no, you got to, let's put it together now. Those who are successful in the world have been called to do so by the world, and likewise those who are hip-hop are called for that purpose. Be yourself. Envy not the riches and or longevity of those cultures foreign to your own. Get involved with your culture. As we can see, we don't know their culture like that. Even if we think we know, we don't really know. Now, respect the beliefs of all believers, but put no faith into those beliefs and traditions that do not respect the experiences of your life. And again, I don't see anybody recognizing us like that. Certain ministers and preachers here and there, but faiths that know we're here. They know what this is. You better believe. This gospel's been out almost 12 years now. 11 and almost 11 and a half in physical people's hands. They know what this is. They read it. They know exactly what it is. Respect the beliefs of all believers, but put no faith into those beliefs and traditions that do not respect the experiences of your life. Be and enjoy yourself. Learn from the history that your God has made for you. Live your hip-hop tradition, and it shall become real for you. Respecting and even learning the traditions and basic teachings of all cultures expresses one's maturity and wisdom, such as why we do what we do. But denying and or neglecting the truth of your own being to associate with foreign cultures and beliefs expresses one's immaturity. And I would say lack of faith and lack of true belief. Be yourself. And if you are hip-hop, don't front. Be hip-hop. I'll end with that right there. And just really, obviously, I'd advise definitely get into this inner city. Finish it out. Start from the beginning as well, and finish it out. It will help you. I hope. Now, again, just other cultures have gotten so far because they did believe. The story of Moses, or when Moses goes up to the mountain, God gives him three things to bring back to the people in order to get them to believe. Or actually, he brings it even to Pharaoh. This is when he goes up, talks to God the first time. And so he comes with these three miracles. The rod turns into the snake. Pulls out the hand turns white. If that isn't a hint to something else too, but we're not into that right now. We're not talking about that. And then the other one was getting some water and pouring it down, and it becomes blood. These are supposed to be the things that that give people the belief and the faith to then believe in the laws and to essentially follow this new faith, quote unquote, that he came to bring. And now, whether that happened or not, the point is, look at what they've done with that belief. Look at how far they've gotten. So much that even two other spawns or what do you call it? Spin-offs. Two spin-offs of the same story got theirs off too, riding on the same thing. Belief and faith in what they had, or belief and faith in what they created and made up. Now, I have a faith and belief in the creation of the gospel of hip-hop. And I'm never letting that go. And so far, it's got me right in every aspect of my being. All I can do is keep trying to reiterate it to you. Try to show you what it is. Try to show you what you have. Teacher spoke about this earlier. Prophets came and tried to show the people what was at hand, the opportunity that they had. He said, get out of here. We're not messing with you. And so essentially you can say they gave up the Vatican. They gave up Mecca. They gave up Israel. You could have had your own place that you was running, with your own laws, and your own everything. But she said, nah, forget that. And look at the remnants. It's don't do that. I hope you see what this is. You don't do this with hip hop, or it will literally only be to your detriment. Those of us who really know how divine this is, we're gonna ride this out forever. Peace and much love to you all. The Temple of Hip Hop is a hip hop preservation ministry, archive, school, and society. Our approach to hip hop is unique in the fact that we know that the best way to preserve hip hop is to preserve the actual hip hopper themselves. I'm gonna hit this on real quick. Minister Pascal, you can throw up that logo and we can ride out right now.
So gather round now for the baptism. Cause if the dogs don't get them, the cattle get them, or the cattle get them, or the crack will get them. Time for spiritual activism. Life is a journey, and Chris got the map with him. Keeps Latinos and blacks with him. It's amazing when whites and Asians kick raps with him. Cause out of 1,000 MCs, believe I caught half of them. Knowledge reigns supreme, I beam through many images. My origin is a mystery like capstones on pyramids. We live it, kid. Challenge the teacher, you will regret that. I'm giving careers and taking careers away. Did you forget that? Better check that. You can rock this track and the next track. But without the right spirit hit, you'll always be set back. So gather round now for the baptism. Only those that got hip hop in them and not rap in them and no crap with them. Step up now and receive a holy dose from a holy host and take a break from these rappers that only boast. Yeah, my intellectual battle will make your brains rattle. I'll unlock you and your crew from the same shackle. I'm on many different planes like an airport. Psychologically, you be rethinking your identity and cutting your hair short. Now there's a thought that exposes your insecurity. You put no fear in me, I'll break the M from the C and reverse it to say, see 'em. They allow the devil to lead them, and we giving up their freedom. So gather round for the baptism. With a spirit, hear it, the lyric long before the track get 'em. I spit 'em out, gotta get 'em out. The world I've never been about. I see them glitter, but their spirits going in and out. We see them fading, we also see them hating. We also see those living for musical chart ratings. Hear what I'm stating or trading for what you're paying. Replace fear with faith and you'll stop decaying. Gather round for the baptism. Word. Gather round for the baptism. Word. Gather round for the baptism. Gather round for the baptism. Word. Wake up. Wake up. Also get them cattle. Wake up. Every day when you wake up, you got a chance to wake up. Remember, you are not just doing hip hop, you are hip hop. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, in May. Then we come together in November to celebrate Hip Hop History Month. I will see you there. Peace.